for. Currently, we have Barbara Brennesell, John Kumbler, Michael Fisher, and Leon Shreeds. All right. So, Hillary, what did you want to
yeah.
discuss?
I think we should do jurisdictional opinions first. Because we have quite a few. Okay, so the first one is Jeremy Young's, and I don't see Jeremy. I don't see that Jeremy's got back on here, but it is for Robin and Owen Burns of 40 Chipman's Way, map 22, parcel 18. And it's the removal of one tagged tree with green and white ribbon. It's a deceased pine tree. It's at the right side of the property and it is within 100 feet of the coastal bank. It's completely dead.
Is it endangering a structure or a driveway or anything?
No,
On that property, they're only really nominally in our jurisdiction, in the sense that there's an extension of the wetland that's theoretically there, but not used very much. And we've approved a whole series of changes in terms of putting in a driveway and a shed and so on. I'm the supervisor for the project, and they've been very good about contacting us. But I don't know that particular tree.
it's at the outermost edge of the 100-foot line.
It was questionable.
Is it vegetated otherwise?
The property?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we've also asked them to do some vegetation already as part of the NOI. So I would recommend giving approval for the one tree. They've been very cooperative.
Oh, we can't vote, so.
We can.
You can vote. There's
We can
4 of
vote.
We
you.
can vote.
Oh, that's right. Barbara counts.
So Michael, that's a motion.
That's a motion.
I second it.
Okay, Barbara, how do you vote?
I'll say okay based on what Michael just told us about the property.
Okay, I vote yes. John?
Again, I because they're very cooperative, I don't like the fact that we're getting rid of dead trees that might be habitat, but I think given all the other issues, I think that yes is appropriate.
Okay. And Michael?
Yes. So that's a -3, right?
It's a jurisdictional opinion.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so the next jurisdictional opinion is for the town of Wellfleet, the DPW. The project location is 210 Commercial Street, map 21, parcel 137. And they would like to cut down a dead locust tree. It's endangering the neighbor's shed. This is next to the property on Holbrook that we looked at the last time, and it's in the marsh. And Dennis Townsend would come in and remove the tree on behalf of the town.
so that's town property?
It is.
But it's endangering an abutter shed, so I think
Yes.
I move that we approve the JO.
Second,
I'll
Michael.
second. Okay, Michael. Barbara, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. John, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Michael?
Yes.
Okey dokey.
Okay, the next one is for the town of Wellfleet DPW as well, and this is 0 Wigwam, map 35, parcel 160. And this is to cut down the rest of a tree that fell over during one of the previous storms a month or two ago. This one, they would cut down the tree and leave the tree in place.
And where is this exactly, Wigwam?
This is near MIA Park.
Okay,
The neighbor has
all right.
This is the one we looked at.
So
Okay.
this is a damaged tree that they're gonna take down but leave down?
Yep, they're gonna leave it in place because it's in the paper road.
Okay, I move that we approve this jurisdictional opinion.
Second, Michael.
Barbara. All right.
Barbara, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. John, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Leon, or Michael, how do you vote?
Yes,
Okey dokey. 3 for 3. Got another?
Okay, and here's the next one. This one is lengthier in nature, so bear with me here. This is for Stephen Curley of 295 Pilgrim Spring Road, map 29, parcel 242. And he would like to install a 3-foot by 4-foot pad for his generator. And he was kind enough to submit to us a plan. And the generator pad is, I'm gonna get my scale out here and tell you, 1 to 30. The generator pad is 60 feet from the top of the bank. It is about 75 feet from the edge of the marsh. That's part 1 of the application. He would like to replace his front step with an exact 1-to-1 replacement. His front step is about 45 feet from the top of the bank. And 66 to 70 feet from the edge of the marsh. And he would like to remove some overgrown foundation plants, as he calls it, and they look like they are non-native shrubs that he planted to beautify the property.
And are they failing or what?
They're just too close to the foundation.
I think this is an RDA. There are 3 different elements here, and we should go see it.
I agree with Barbara.
All right. So the move is to promote this to an RDA?
Well, suggest
Motion?
that the homeowner file an RDA.
Yeah, I think so too.
and also include issues about whether he's going to replant the foundation things that he's taking up.
Yeah. And for our intents and purposes, we're interested from the top of the bank or from the marsh.
Top of the bank.
That's right.
I just wanted
So,
you to have a frame of reference on where the marsh was.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I knew what the frame of reference was. Okay. Michael, how do you feel about promoting this to an RDA?
I agree.
All right. That seems like we're unanimous.
Okay, I'm just gonna pick up my phone because I'm wondering if folks
If
are
it-
having trouble getting in.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And that's all the jurisdictional opinions that I have for today.
And we didn't have any mail?
No, nothing to note that I didn't share. We sent out some enforcement over the past few days. Well, I guess a couple weeks. One to a property on Catboat Road, where when we went out to look at the shell fishing property, we saw that brush all piled up.
Mhm.
So I spoke
Mhm.
with the homeowner there, and she said that they were building a berm to stop erosion, and I kindly told her that was not permitted without a valid permit from the Conservation Commission, and that I would just remove it, but she seems inclined to file an application to allow it to remain, so she'll be filing an application for that work late May, early June. We also heard from the tree cutting project by Grassroots Landscaping out near the Spar and Candell property. That was done not on Spar's property, but adjacent to Spar. And it was on another homeowner's property, and a abutter asked that homeowner to cut down the trees. They came down and clear cut a whole swath down to the water. So those folks are really upset. They didn't know there was a proper process. And so we're trying to walk them through the process to make an application as well. And that was a more serious violation, I think, than the brush piling up. So we're working with those folks. And we've had correspondence to and from those individuals.
What about the chainsawing I heard up on Chequesset Neck up by John's?
Oh, the chainsawing on
Old
Chequesset Neck,
Chequesset. Old Chequesset.
old Chequesset Neck.
That was
Um,
450, I think.
yeah.
I went down there and looked and didn't see anything, Leon, so I don't know. It may have been further back than
Okay,
in our
Alright.
area.
yeah. All right, that's fine. It's cool. If you went down and looked and didn't see anything atrocious.
Yep, we still have the individual on, on the way to Briar Lane who did the tree cutting out there, waiting for his application to come in. And we looked at the other house that's getting very close to the edge. So, talked to the Seashore about sending them a letter. So that's where we are with our violations at this moment.
Okay, great. Shall we move on to meeting minutes? I looked at the meeting minutes that were done for the joint meeting. Besides misspelling my name, there was some typos and stuff in there. Were we going to discuss that today, or was that just what's the next steps that you were going to discuss? Hillary?
Sorry, I was trying to get in touch with Jeremy, who tells me
Well-
he can't
Oh,
get in
I'm sorry.
again.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You were.
What were you asking? Go ahead.
Oh, I can't remember now.
You were asking about the joint meeting minutes that
Minutes.
Rebecca sent us.
Oh,
What-
yeah, the meeting, there was copious meeting minutes that were put out, which were probably a little verbose, but there was some typos and stuff in there. Do we have a review cycle going on that? Or Sure.
Usually Michael and Barbara review them.
do
And
you guys
we-
take a
we-
look at it?
I didn't look at the joint meeting notes, but we looked at two other sets, I think.
Right.
Yeah, I can look at the joint meeting notes. I sent in a couple of changes. Again, they misspelled names, but I didn't look very closely.
Okay, I just felt that it was too much of a narrative and not just a succinct minutes of what actually, what was decided, what was discussed without going into detail. But that's just me. I mean, how did you feel about it, Michael? Did it seem like it was
Well, let's
overly narrative?
the style was different. I wasn't sure how much detail was supposed to go into it. So I didn't read it all that closely, except to see a couple of typos.
Okay. Okay, I just read it and a couple things popped out at me, probably those typos.
Well, do you want me to look at them again and do a serious edit?
Well, if you have a modified edit, if you want to send it to me, I'll read it too.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
And then Leon, I think Jill is here to talk to us about a piece of property that Gunther Back had deeded to the Conservation Commission. So if we could have her unmute and talk to us.
Okay, Jill, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Great. Would you like to talk about this piece of property that you have?
My cousin actually is supposed to be doing the talking. I was just supposed to be moral support for her, but it is our family property, and what we're trying to do is clear out some choke cherry bushes that are dead and basically clear out so we have a view to Williams Pond. It was
Oh, wait,
like
Jill,
that.
I'm going to stop you because you are not who I thought you were.
Yeah,
There was
I'm not
another woman.
Deborah.
Okay,
Okay.
there was another woman that was going to join us and she is not here.
All right.
So Jill's talking about one of our hearings.
That we have
Tonight.
coming up
Right.
at 5.
Right.
Yeah.
That is not the time to discuss it. Why don't, I move that we adjourn this for 20 minutes.
Well, can we, wait a minute, Leon, can we do the 2
Sorry.
minutes, sets of
Sure.
minutes that are?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes, of course, of course. They were, remind me, which,
March
March.
16th and
Okay.
April 6th.
right. I read those, they look good. Anybody else have any comments?
Well, I just hope Chris got the latest changes from Barbara.
I sent them to her.
Yes,
She's got them.
I got him.
All right, I move that we approve the March 16th meeting minutes.
Second,
Barbara,
Yes,
Leon, yes, John,
Yes,
Michael?
yes,
Okay. And I move that we approve the, what was it, April
6th,
6th, sorry, meeting minutes.
second,
All right,
Michael,
Barbara,
yes.
Leon, yes, John,
yes.
and Michael.
yes.
Okay, good.
All right. Does anybody have Ben's phone number or Marty's phone number? Because maybe in the interim, I'll call them and tell them to try the new links.
Yeah, I'm just looking, I'm gonna.
While you do that, I'm getting a cup of tea.
Well, let's adjourn first,
Yep.
the business meeting. I move that
Right.
we adjourn the business meeting.
Second, Michael,
Okay, Barbara,
Yes.
Leon, yes, John,
Yes,
and Michael.
yes.
Okay, hopefully we'll have a quorum at 5 o'clock for that one critical vote. Otherwise, we're okay for everything else. All right, I'll see you in,
Barbara, I'm looking for
18.
Ben's phone number.
I don't have anyone's phone number.
I definitely don't think I have Marty's, but I
I,
might,
I may have Marty's. I'll give him a call.
I have Ben. I'm gonna shoot Ben a text and see maybe
Yeah.
if that works.
Okay, great. So we'll see everybody back here at 5 then.
Yes.
Okay.
I gotta turn my light. Okay. Please take notice that the Wellfleet Conservation Commission, in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Wellfleet Environmental Protection Bylaw, will hold public meetings on Wednesday, May 4th, 2022 at 5 p.m. via Zoom. And here we are. Currently, we have in attendance on the commission, John Kumbler, Barbara Bresnell, Marty Murphy, Benjamin Fairbank, and Michael Fisher. So we have a quorum.
and Leon Shreves.
And Leon Shreves, I'm here too. Well, yes, I'm here. I am here, but I could not attend. All right. This first hearing is going to be somewhat lengthy because we have quite a few things to read. The Town of Wellfleet, the first hearing is Town of Wellfleet and Cape Cod National Seashore. And there's a huge list of affected properties, which we will go over during our discussion, so I'm going to skip that. Various federally owned parcels within Cape Cod National Seashore are shown on plans. Ecological Restoration Limited Project to restore native tidal wetland habitat to large portions of the Herring River floodplain in and adjacent to the seashore by removing man-made tidal restrictions, including removal and replacement of the Chequesset Neck Dike with a bridge and sluice gates, and reestablishing tidal exchange in the river basin and connected subbasins. So tonight we're going to determine if in fact we believe this is sufficient to be called a restoration, environmental registration limited project. And to speak to us, we have Carol Ridley. Carol, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Carol Ridley, Project Coordinator. So yes, thank you. I wanted to just kind of briefly recap in our presentation to you on the 14th, we were able to give you a pretty thorough overview of the proposed project. We were able to talk a little bit about the extent of phase 1, which is to restore 570 acres within the Herring River system. We talked quite a bit about the extensive degradation of resources in the system that's due to the anthropogenic tidal restriction that's been in effect for more than a century. We also talked quite a bit about the extensive benefits that we anticipate will result from the restoration of tidal flow to the system. And the measures that we have built into the project to ensure that any aspect of the built environment is protected from the restoration of tidal flow. And then lastly, we also reviewed with you the regulatory framework in which you are reviewing this project, which is the Ecological Restoration Limited Project provisions. If it would be helpful to you, what I thought I might do this afternoon is just very briefly recap that regulatory framework to assist your deliberations. And I do have just a few PowerPoint slides, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Let me just share the screen here and hopefully you'll be able to see
Right.
the slides.
have-
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So just once again, we're proposing this restoration project as an ecological restoration limited project, which is a project that's with a primary purpose of restoring a degraded resource protected by the Wetlands Protection Act that has been destroyed or degraded due to anthropogenic influences, which in this case is the tidal restriction primarily caused by the dike at Chequasack Neck Road. And further, we're pursuing a provision called an ecological restoration limited project, which may, under the terms of the wetland regulations, may result in a temporary or permanent loss of resource areas or conversion of resource areas from one type to another, if necessary to achieve that overarching restoration objective. So that's the big picture here. And just putting this in the context of your own regulations, the Wellfleet environmental protection regulations state that if you as a commission find a project meets the definition of an ecological restoration limited project, which the definition in your regulations matches the definition in the state Wetland Protection Act regulations, then you will review that project under the state provisions and not under the provisions of your local bylaw. So now I just want to take a minute to walk through, presuming that you do find that this project meets the definition, what is that definition and what are those standards that then this project would be reviewed under by this commission. So the definition in 310 CMR is that an ecological restoration limited project is one that meets the criteria for either a coastal ecological restoration limited project or an inland ecological restoration limited project. And in this case, this project has aspects of both. So we demonstrate that we are able to meet both of those sets of criteria for coastal and inland. So that's how we demonstrate our meeting that definition. Now, the commission may issue an order of conditions to permit an ecological restoration limited project if you determine that that definition is met, that Heritage has issued a preliminary determination, which it has, that time of year restrictions will be adhered to, which we have confirmation from Department of Fish and Wildlife and Division of Marine Fisheries that we will, and that we will coordinate with them on that. And there's another provision that you need to take into consideration having to do with coastal dunes that is not applicable to this project. So looking at those, that tick list of items, we've demonstrated compliance with that we meet the definition and that we have that preliminary determination and adherence to time of year restrictions. So this is a different approach, a different framework than you're used to, I believe, when you're looking at the performance standards for each resource area type. In this instance, you're looking at the ecological restoration limited project provisions and ensuring our compliance with those. And just briefly, there's a section that deals with the actions that must be taken before a notice of intent is filed. We have met those. Has to do with reaching out and getting confirmation and written determinations from Heritage and other agencies, among other things, but we've enumerated all of that in the notice of intent. We have met all of the content requirements that are spelled out in the wetland regulations in terms of what an ecological restoration limited project must provide in the way of information and analysis for the notice of intent. And we've met those criteria for Inland and Coastal Restoration Limited Project. I'm going to review those briefly in a moment. And we've addressed the 3 factors that the commission must consider in order to approve. And those provisions are, first, the extent of severe degradation. So we went, I think, into this in some degree of length in the last meeting about the state of deteriorated water quality out of compliance with federal Clean Water Act standards, a point source for bacterial contamination, leading to closure of shellfish beds, loss of native wetland vegetation, and also the underlying functions and interests that those resource areas protect, loss of estuarine habitat, connectivity with the Gulf of Maine food web, the larger ocean system, obstructed fish passage, severe subsidence of the marsh plain, which has affected its ability to function for storm prevention and so forth, and flood prevention, and loss of resilience in the sense of loss of carbon sequestration capacity that salt marsh naturally would have, and replacement of that wonderful sequestration power with ponded wetlands which emit methane. So severe degradation demonstrated by the information. The next issue that the commission needs to look at is, well, what are the magnitude and significance of benefits if this project were to proceed? We talked about the extensive benefits of restoring tidal flow to the 570 acres in terms of addressing all of those degraded conditions, restoring the connectivity and the functioning of the estuary as it is naturally intended to be, restoring all the salt marsh functions and benefits, all of the habitat that would be restored, and demonstrating that this is a significant benefit. The last piece or last factor that the commission is charged with looking at is ensuring that to the extent that there are any impacts, which the provision, as we stated earlier, allows for as an ecological restoration limited project, to the extent that there are those impacts or conversion, well, impacts to resource areas, that those are minimized to the extent possible and only are the minimum necessary to achieve those restoration benefits. And so we have demonstrated that we have minimized to the extent practicable the impacts on resource areas due to the construction elements that are necessary to achieve the restoration goals. So there's extensive information in the filing about the alternatives that were looked at and the careful design measures that have been built into each project element. So just to quickly summarize, the notice of intent, addresses the degradation of the resources and the interests that are further lost due to that anthropogenic tidal restriction. We are pursuing a regulatory pathway that allows for impacts to resources and conversion of one resource to another in order to achieve that broader restoration goal. So this is a different pathway that does not require you to apply those traditional, your usual performance standards, but to look at the provisions of the Ecological Restoration Limited Project within the Wetland Protection Act regulations. And we've demonstrated compliance with all of those provisions. We've addressed the factors that you as a commission need to consider in order to vote to approve: extent of severe degradation, magnitude of benefits, and avoidance of impacts to the maximum extent practical in order to achieve the restoration goal. So quick walkthrough, and at this point, happy to answer any questions that you may have about the filing or about this process. Thank you.
Michael, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question and then I have a statement. First, the question is in the draft order of conditions findings on page 5, paragraph 6.1, there's a sentence which I find ambiguous, and I just want to make sure that it's on the record which meaning you have for that. It says the work of the country club will include excavation of one upland hole to provide fill for the golf course and an off-site elevation work. Now, unfortunately, whole has two different meanings. If you're talking about a developed actual golf hole, then that's perfectly fine. But I understand there's also a plan to mine a significant amount of sand from a hole away from the course in the upland. And I want to make sure that if that is going to happen, it is, and it requires our approval, that that's a process that's gone through.
If I may.
Go ahead, Carol.
Thank you. Yes, to clarify that reference, so what's intended is hole 2, the actual golf course hole 2, is the area where, which is an upland portion of the club, is an area where material will be excavated. The bulk of that, the vast amount of that, will be used for the restoration work on the club itself. I think there's about 70,000 cubic yards that would be taken off site and used to elevate the low roads. There's
Right,
no other excavation or proposed on the course property other than that.
So the upland hole that we're talking about is the golf number 2.
It is
Right.
correct, yes. Mhm.
Oh, okay. And if the country club decided to mine sand elsewhere and it were in our jurisdiction, it would have to go through a separate NOI. Is that correct?
That's really not part of the project, so I'm not in a position to comment on that. I'm not aware of any interest in doing that. That's not proposed.
Well, okay, it's not proposed in the project, and I'm glad we're in agreement about that, because when we on our tour on the site, we were told about this mining project with an access road going through wooded grounds and so on. And so that's a whole separate part. It's not part of this project.
There is a haul road that's proposed to be the conduit off the site for the material that would be used for off-site purposes. So I think I'm not sure where the concept of mining in a different location is coming from. There's one location on the golf course where material would be removed through a temporary haul road built on the course property that would, exit onto Chequesset Neck Road and then traverse to probably to a holding area first, and then later used for elevation in a portion of road work.
It appears Ms. Craig has a
Yes.
qualification.
Does anybody else on the commission have any questions before I go to the public? All right, Martha Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as part of clarification, I think Carol did a good job addressing Michael Fisher's question, but just to clarify that area of excavation that he is referring to is near hole 2 and extends, over towards the property boundary by Wellfleet Conservation Trust. So that is part of this notice of intent, and any kind of excavation that's being proposed on the club as part of this project is incorporated into the notice of intent. Just to clarify.
Thank you. Any other questions or statements?
Well, I should make my statement. My declaration of apparent conflict of interest is on file.
Okay, and it was approved for you too.
Yes, for the State Ethics Commission and also the Select Board.
Okay.
Since we're declaring, I also declared a potential conflict of interest and was cleared.
Okay, and Barbara, you have a conflict of interest that caused you to recuse, is that correct?
I don't have one. I have an apparent conflict of interest, and I thought that if we had enough voting members, I would recuse, just to make it simple.
Okay,
And I have disclosed a conflict of or apparent conflict of interest with the Wellfleet Select Board. And I can conduct my duties objectively, having disclosed that.
yep, good. That was good work, Benjamin. Okay, so we go through the, we heard a pretty good overview we want to go through and review contents of the findings. A great deal of it is to do with the history and descriptions of the pieces of work that are going to be done. Possibly we should touch on those. Section 3 is proposed project elements. We have the Jaquesset Neck Bridge is going to be replacing the dike, and it's going to have electronically controlled gates. You'll have a, while it's being built, I guess there's going to be a temporary bridge going around it. Right, and that will be the main thing for letting more water in. That High Toss Road causeway removal is, they're going to, basically that's going to just be removed because there's an undersized culvert. The whole thing is just holding up the, is stopping the seawater from going up beyond it. Pole Dyke Road, water control structure, there'll be a slide flap gate control structure put in at Pole Dyke Road.
Creek,
not part of it.
also Mill Creek has a control structure.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed that, didn't I? I'm having a little trouble with my computer here for some reason. Okay, yes, that's right. Mill Creek Water Control, they're going to put up a control structure that will allow Mill Creek essentially to manage the rise so that it essentially stays the same or is reduced, I believe. It will allow some controlled reintroduction of tidal exchange while protecting all the structures around it. Pole Dyke Road is going to get this flapper valve gate, and we have some low-lying roads. Pole Dyke Road is going to have to be raised on the curve going towards Old Highway. So that's 1,100 feet for High Toss Road, sections of Way 672 and driveways of 2 residential properties will require elevation. 7 culverts on Pole Dyke Road will be replaced. Low-lying private property mitigation, all mitigation necessary to protect structures on specific public and private property during phase 1 will be in place before any potential impact happens. We just talked about the country club and what they're going to be doing. They're going to be pulling a great deal of sand out of one place. They're going to be raising parts of the country club, of the golf course, and then they're going to be providing the sand for the various roadway work. Off Brown Brook Road, the project will elevate and relocate an existing gravel driveway serving several dwellings and will install a water barrier to the lower entrance of the same dwelling to prevent inundation. In Way 672, in addition to elevating the driveways of 25 and 27, Way 62 is described above, the project will replant or replace any vegetation disturbed by the elevation of the road. All right. So the short, we've talked about a lot of the objectives of the implementation. Okay, primarily it's to heal the Herring River and the damage done by the restriction of the tides. This is too long to read and too long, didn't read. There's a great deal of information here, but we wanted to go over the results primarily because that's what we are making our decision based on. So I can start and then I'll let somebody else take over. I'd like to start because my mouth is turning dry. If I can only find it. It's page 16.
Do you
Sorry.
want to take a break, Leon, and I can just go over a brief permitting history so that's. in the
Okay,
record
yeah,
clearly as
why don't you
well?
go ahead? I gotta get some
So,
water.
right, the following permits and reviews have already been issued for the project. We have a MIPA and NEPA certificate and record of decision. We have a Cape Cod Commission Development of Regional Impact. We have a Section 401 Water Quality Cert. We have a Section 404 General Permit Approval. We have review under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, review under Section 7 of the Federal Endangered Species Act, the NOAA Essential Fish Habitat Review, review under the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972, determination of advanced approval from the U.S. Coast Guard, Massachusetts State Historical Commission review. We have completed the NHESP review and compliance with the Mass Endangered Species Act. So I just think it's important that that appear as well.
Okay, Hillary, shall we go ahead and start reading section 9, do you think?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's on page 16?
12. 12.
12 bottom.
12, okay. No wonder I'm having a hard time finding it. Okay. Section 9. The project satisfies the standards of the State Wetlands Protection Act, the Wellfleet Environmental Protection Bylaw, and the Wellfleet Environmental Protection Regulations, even though we are primarily limited, or we need to meet the State Wetlands Protection Act requirements. The Commission has jurisdiction over the project under the State Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Paragraph 40, WPA 310, CMR 10.00, and the Wellfleet Environmental Protection Bylaw and the Wellfleet Environmental Protection Regulations, the Wellfleet Regulations. The Wellfleet Regulations, Section 104, defines a pertinent part of the ecological restoration project as a project whose primary purpose is to restore the or otherwise improve the natural capacity of the resource area. The project and to project and sustain the interests identified in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Paragraph 40, when such interests have been degraded or destroyed by anthropogenic influences. This definition matches the definition of ecological restoration project in the 310 CMR 10.04. Ecological restoration projects under the WPA included infrastructure replacement to remove tidal restrictions. This project is a tidal restoration, ecological restoration project. Section 104 further provides that unless otherwise defined by the bylaw or the regulations, those definitions set forth in the WPA and 310, the CMR 10.00 shall apply to the wetlands, the Wellfleet Environmental Protection Regulations. 310 CMR 10.04 defines an ecological restoration limited project as an ecological restoration project that meets the eligibility set forth in 310 CMR 10.24 parent 8 or 10.53 item 4. Number 4, the section 105 of the Wellfleet regulations provides that when an NOI is submitted for the ecological restoration project and it is determined by the Commission that the proposed project meets the definition of the ecological restoration project found in 310 CMR 10.04 and these regulations, section 1.04, the provisions of these regulations shall not apply and shall be substituted by the provisions applicable to the ecological restoration projects found in 310 CMR 10.00 et sec. Whatever that meant. Number 5, the project satisfies the definitions of the ecological restoration project and ecological restoration limited project contained in the Wellfleet regulations, section 104 and the 310 CMR 10.04. The project also meets the eligibility criteria set forth in 310 CMR 10.24, item 8, criteria for the coastal ERLP, and 10.534, criteria for the inland ERLP. discussed further below. For these reasons, the Commission applies only the WPA and the 310 CMR 10.00 provisions applicable to the ecological restoration projects and the ERLPs when reviewing the project Wellfleet regulations. Section 105, the project complies with these standards as described below. Can somebody else take over for a few minutes, please? Paragraph 6. I don't know. Page
I'll
13.
just do paragraph 6. I'm going to summarize. The project has a clear restoration objective to restore and improve the natural capacity of wetland resources in the Herring River estuary and to produce and sustain benefits that they provide after over a century of degradation due to human influence. I'm summarizing. The project will improve the functioning of the wetlands through better flood control, prevention of pollution and storm damage, and protection of the public and private water supplies, groundwater supplies, fisheries, land containing shellfish and wildlife habitat. Project will create substantial benefits to wetland resources within the estuary and within Wellfleet ACEC. The project proposes alterations to the wetlands, but these alterations are necessary to fulfill the project's restoration goals. Further, where possible, the project has been designed to avoid and minimize wetland impacts, except those necessary for fulfilling the project's goals. And the following summarizes the Commission's review of the project. I can't go anywhere further because my next page is screwed up.
I can go for the next one. The project has satisfied the procedural requirements of 310 CMR 10.11. The notice of the filing of the notice of intent was published in the Environmental Monitor on January 26, 2022. That was at least 14 days before the notice of intent was filed. The project has completed the appropriate habitat and species review from NHESP, which you've seen by way of attachments in recent days and letters from that organization. The applicable elements of the projects will be completed in accordance with time of year restrictions and other conditions contained in written determination by the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries. The project has obtained a combined permit and water quality cert. The project's detailed and extensive NOI also contain the applicable information required by 310 CMR 10.12.
I have a question about that paragraph. Barbara, does that accommodate all of the issues with horseshoe crabs, piping plovers, turtles, terrapins?
Well, if the species are protected, it does. If they're not protected, then there's no specific provision. So I think that there is a list of species that are applicable here and mitigations for those particular species.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And time of year restrictions takes care of even the species that are not necessarily protected, like river herring don't have any specific designation as threatened or endangered, yet they are protected with time of year restrictions.
Great, thank you. Okay, coastal ERLP requirements, 310 CMR 10.24. The project satisfies the requirements of 310 CMR 10.24. As described above, the project qualifies as an ecological restoration project under 310 CMR 10.04 and 310 CMR 10.25, item A, 8A, and I. The project has completed appropriate habitat and species review from the NHESP 310 CMR 10.248A2. Applicable elements of the project will be carried out in accordance with any time of year restrictions. I guess we already went through all that. Coastal dune or barrier beach resources do not apply in the phase 1 restoration project. The project complies with all the applicable provisions of 310 CMR 10.24I through 6 and 9 and 10 as follows, 310 CMR 1024-885. Buffer zone. Work on the buffer zone is shown on plans and included in the calculation of the resource area impacts. Section 7 and Appendix M describes alternatives and analysis conducted to avoid or minimize impacts on the resource areas in the design of project elements. Section 9 of the NOI describes the unavoidable construction-related impacts to all resource areas, including the buffer zone, which are necessary to achieve restoration goals, and also describes how unavoidable adverse impacts to the existing resource areas necessary to achieve the project's ecological restoration goals will be minimized throughout the project design in order to protect and sustain the interests identified in the WPA. 2, impact of the significance of resource areas. The project as a whole will benefit wetland resource areas and the interests supported by those resources areas protected by 310 CMR 10.00 within the Herring River estuary and will not adversely impact other resource areas. 310 CMR 1024-2 does not apply. Likewise, 310 CMR 1024 number 3 is not applicable.
Want me to take compliance with the law?
Okay.
I'll go ahead and take that one. Compliance
Thank
with the
you.
law. The project complies with all local, state, and federal statutes and bylaws. The statutes of all regulatory permits required by the project is provided in the NOI in Appendix D. The project is not subject of a coastal wetland restriction order. A NIPD's permit will be obtained by the contractor prior to construction or discharge, and the effluent limitations established in the permit will satisfy the water quality standards in 310 CMR 1021 through 1037. Work in the ACEC. Work to be undertaken for this project is within the Wellfleet Harbor ACEC. All resource areas are presumed to be significant to the interests of the Act, which will be served by this tidal restoration project. The ACEC standard of no adverse effect does not apply to ecological restoration projects. Further, the Commission will find that the project will enhance and improve wetland functions within the Wellfleet Harbor ACEC.
Okay, procedural requirements. The project shall comply with all procedural procedures required under the WPA and 310 CMR 10-21 .21 through 10.37 is applicable, and any conditions contained in the final order of conditions or certificate of completion. The project is not requesting a restoration order of conditions. Okay. 10, loss of wetlands, wildlife habitat evaluation. The project will result in temporary and permanent loss of resource areas and the conversion of one resource area to another. But this is permitted and necessary under the WPA and necessary for the project to achieve its restoration goals. 310 CMR 1024, paragraph 8B, the project meets the minimum requirements of 310 CMR 1021 1 or I, and is not a combined project. It is therefore exempt from the requirements to perform a wildlife habitat evaluation. Number 11, severity of impairment, significance.
I think this is
Leah,
one of the
do you want
most
me to take over? I can do it, but I'll summarize.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is one of the most important parts, I think, for us.
All
So
right, John, you got the
don't want me
important
to
part.
summarize, or you want
No,
me to
go ahead
summarize?
and summarize. I think we've covered it all in the
Right.
previous hearing
Um,
and a
so-
little bit now, but I'm just,
Yep.
Loss of wetlands, wildlife habitat evaluations. The project will result in temporary or permanent loss of some resources in some resource areas, but this is permitted and necessary under the WPA and necessary for the project to achieve its restoration goals. The severity of impairment, the significance of benefits, the avoidance and minimums of impact. The project satisfies the requirements of the coastal and inland ERLPs described in et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The impairment of the wetland resources. Condition of existing and historic wetland resources in the area are poor. Prior to the building of the dike, the Herring River was a positive a productive tidal system, an important estuary in the Gulf of Maine. The degradation resulted from the cutoff of the tidal flow and a reduction of fish habitat, a degradation of the wetlands, for almost 10 acres, allowing for only 10 acres of the 1,000 acres to be in its initial salt marsh. This project will basically restore to restore the project to eliminate barriers to fish migration, loss of aquatic habitat, loss of habitat for birds and terrestrial species, loss of resilience through marsh subsidence and methane emissions from ponded fresh water, and the proliferation of habitat conductive to freshwater dependent mosquito species, which could be vectors of arbovirus. I can't read the rest because my thing is mucked up, but that's, I'm moving to summarize so we can end this meeting before midnight.
Oh, John, stop it. This is a significant, the project is a significant
Yeah,
benefit
this is important.
to wetland resources. The project will result in significant benefits to the wetlands within the Herring River estuary. The restoration of tidal flow to the Herring River is a generational opportunity to reclaim the ecological benefits of a healthy tidal river system and protect and sustain the interests identified in the Wetlands Protection Act. The benefits include restoration of the native coastal wetland functions of the system, including reestablishing water quality and the estuarine salinity gradient, reestablishing the elevation of the subsided marsh plain, elimination of invasive species and recolonization of native tidal wetland vegetation, restoration of estuarine habitats for birds, aquatic life, and other terrestrial species, restoration of the estuary as a food source and nursery contributing to the Gulf of Maine, reopening waterways and restoring fish passage, increasing resilience by elevating the marsh plain and replacing methane emitted ponded wetlands with carbon storing saltwater wetlands, and eliminating habitat conducive to virus bearing nuisance mosquitoes.
Okay. Magnitude and significance of impacts. Avoidance of minimization of adverse impacts that can be avoided without impending achievement of the project's ecological restoration goals. Okay, so the commission is, they recognize that it will impact areas of the wetland resource. However, the ERLP may result in temporary and permanent loss of wetland resources necessary to meet the restoration goals. We've gone over that several times now. Though alternative analysis and design review, the project has effectively minimized and avoided impacts to the wetland resources other than those necessary to carry out the restoration. The project will follow a detailed set of BMPs, including erosion and siltation controls and proper construction sequencing to avoid and minimize construction impacts to the resource areas.
I can go on for you, Leon, if you're struggling here.
I am running dry here. Go
Okay,
ahead.
here we go.
Thank you.
The tidal restoration and the protection of the built environment. The project satisfies the requirements for tidal restoration of 310 CMR 10.248E and the criteria set forth in 310 CMR 10.248E 8A through D. The project, including any proposed flood mitigation measures, will not significantly increase flooding or storm damage impacts to the built environment, including without limitation buildings, wells, septic systems, roads, or other human-made structures or infrastructure. Any potential impacts to the built environment will be avoided by employing a 5-step strategy for flood impact prevention, including implementing site-specific flood prevention measures in accordance with recognized design standards and formal agreements with affected landowners. The new bridge at CNR with sluice gates to gradually increase tidal range to be implemented in accordance with the HRAMP. Additional water control structures at Mill Creek and Pull Dyke Creek to provide secondary flood protection, and those protect virtually all properties upstream. The high level of oversight and operations and maintenance of new structures. Restoration project enhances the long-term resiliency and flood control function of the coastal floodplain. And then, of course, the property-specific mitigation measures to prevent impacts from restored tidal flow. The project has used hydrodynamic modeling to predict water surface elevation throughout the estuary during phase 1. Maximum water levels in all areas of the estuary affected by phase 1 will be kept below elevations that could impact any private structures that are not protected by phase 1 protection measures. Flood impact mitigation measures to protect public and private structures subject to the Wetlands Protection Act jurisdiction are described in detail in the notice of intent and will be implemented prior to any potential impact resulting from tidal flow. With respect to sea level rise, because sluice gates will remain in place at the CNR dike throughout phase 1, the project can control water levels throughout the estuary, irrespective of changes to tidal hydrology in Wellfleet Harbor and Cape Cod Bay. The project has provided satisfactory operation and maintenance plans, which include post-construction monitoring to ensure that the public and private infrastructure constructed or replaced by the project will continue to function as designed. Implementation of the O&M plans shall be a continued condition set forth in our order of conditions and in the certificate of compliance. And the operation and maintenance plans will be finalized along with final design plans and bid packages.
Okay, stream crossings. All crossings impacted by this project are tidal crossings that currently restrict tidal flow or non-tidal crossings due to anthropogenic tidal restriction. The project will improve the rest and restore tidal flow at all of these crossings and maximize to the maximum extent practicable. For currently non-tidal crossings, the project adheres to the stream crossing standards to the maximum extent practicable. The project designs each tidal crossing to eliminate tidal restrictions to the maximum extent practicable. All crossings are designed to minimize construction-related impacts to the crossing and adjacent resource areas to the maximum extent practicable. Unavoidable construction-related impacts to crossings and resource areas are the minimum necessary to achieve the project's restoration goals. Each design is the result of an alternatives assessment and the condition that considered as applicable, potential for downstream flooding, upstream and downstream habitat, potential for erosion and head cutting, stream stability, stream mileage and access, storm flow, conveyance, design, and site constraints specific to the crossing, hydrology and hydrologic constraints specific to the crossing, construction-related impacts to the wetlands and habitat, potential impacts of the property and infrastructure of the coast, and cost. The project will protect and enhance anadromous and catadromous. Okay. Fish runs
that go to the sea and come back or go the other way.
So the innies and outie fish run by removing tidal restrictions and enhance riverine habitat. The project will replace existing restricted tidal crossings with structures designed to allow natural tidal flow, reduce flow velocities, and enhance ingress and egress passage for the fish. That was the aforesaid innies and outies.
So that was the Coastal Ecological Restoration Limited project requirements and findings. And now we'll move to the inland.
Okay, the inland ERLP requirements, 310 CMR 10.53. The project meets the requirements of 310 CMR 1053.4 for inland ELRPs. For the reasons described above, the project qualifies as an ERLP, that's an Environmental Restoration Limited Project, and satisfies the NHESP and TOY, of which I don't know that is.
Time of year.
That's right. And water quality requirements of the 310 CMR 1053 paragraph 4A, 1 through 4. The project also complies with all applicable provisions of 310 CMR 1053, 1, 2, 7, and 8 as follows. Buffer zone. For the reasons described above regarding 310 CMR 1024, 1, the project satisfies the inland ERLP requirements regarding buffer zones 310 CMR 1053, 1.
Want me to take the next one?
Okey dokey.
Well, wetland restriction order. There is only one inland restriction order, and it's in Truro. That's in the whole project area. A part of the wetland system associated with Bound Brook and Truro at 54 Ryder Beach Road is located within the Phase 1 project area and is the subject of an inland restriction order from 1976. Paragraph 4 of the restriction order states that no person shall perform any act or use which would destroy the natural contours of the inland wetland, substantially alter existing patterns of water flow, or otherwise alter or permit the alteration of the natural and beneficial character of the inland wetlands. The project will enhance the wetland function within the area of the restriction order. Further, the project has demonstrated that it will not substantially alter existing patterns of water flow or otherwise alter the natural and beneficial character of the inland wetland. The notice of intent includes a comparison of tidal datum and salinity under existing conditions and at the end of Phase 1, demonstrating no substantial alteration to salinity or patterns of water flow.
Okay.
The operation and maintenance plans, stream crossings and wildlife for the reasons described above regarding 310 CMR 10.249 and 310 CMR 10.2410, the project satisfies the inland ecological restoration limited project requirements regarding operation and maintenance plans and stream crossings. The temporary or permanent loss or conversion of wetlands and wildlife habitat review for the reasons described above regarding 310 CMR 10.248B and 10.248C, the project satisfies the inland ecological restoration limited project requirements regarding temporary or permanent loss of wetland and wildlife habitat. The severity of impairment, the significance of benefits, avoidance and minimization of impacts for the reasons described above that we've already gone over. The project satisfies the requirements of 310 CMR 10.534D. Tidal restoration and the built environment for the reasons set forth above regarding compliance with 310 CMR 10.248E. The project complies with 310 CMR 10.534E4. And last but not least, number 20, Leon.
Wellfleet bylaw, Article 6, Section 30. The low road work described above will improve stormwater management over current conditions, and erosion control measures will be installed to prevent impacts to the wetland resource areas during construction. The project complies with Article 6, Section 30 of the Town of Wellfleet General Bylaw. And with that, we conclude the enumeration of the various ways that this is, in fact, a legitimate environmental restoration limited project. Are there any questions?
Restoration.
Huh?
Ecological restoration.
I'm sorry,
limited project.
ecological. Brain's dead. Are there
So,
any questions? Mhm.
No questions, but I would recommend that the commission vote to approve the findings and then take a separate vote to agree that the project is an ecological restoration limited project. And then we would vote to close the hearing if there's no more discussion needed.
Okay, so the first order is to do what?
Vote on the
I move
findings.
that we accept
Okay,
the
we
findings.
vote on accepting the findings. John, did you just move that?
Yes,
I'll second. John, how do you vote?
yes,
I vote yes. Marty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Barbara?
can't
Recuse,
vote.
Oh, that's
recuse.
right, you're not voting. And Michael?
Yes.
Okay, just to help me out here, did I miss anybody? I
Yourself?
don't think. All right, okay, I voted yes. Okay, so then we want to vote on,
Did Marty vote?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
I think I got everybody. I'm shaking everybody's confidence now. So the next thing we want to vote on is whether
To
we
determine,
are satisfied that this is an ecological resource limited project. I move that we accept this.
Like second, it.
can I just refine the wording, Leon?
Please do.
You want to, you want to vote that it meets the definition of ecological restoration project, limited project, ecological restoration limited project.
Just
Yes.
for, point of order, shouldn't we have comments before once we move, before we vote, we should have comments?
You
Because
can
once we
comment,
voted, we're voted.
you
Yeah,
can
I think-
you can comment
yeah, I
further.
I think so too. So let's open this up for comments before we vote on whether we feel that this is in fact meets the ecological restoration limited project. Are there any questions or statements?
Let me scroll the audience for any hands up.
Yeah, I'm
Leon. I don't-
scrolling too. I'm not seeing any hands or anybody gesticulating wildly at the screen. So I'll take that to mean that.
Actually, I
everybody-
have a quick question.
Please do.
Just really, just was trying to understand the consequences. Like, would we not be able to apply conditions if we did that? Like what, like in terms of like,
No.
if we wanted certain monitoring conditions or anything like that,
Yes.
can we still ask for that?
Yeah,
after-
so
We're going to be doing those next week or next meeting. Sorry.
we're gonna review the order of conditions at our next hearing on 5/18 during the business meeting. So we can,
Okay.
we'll draft it and then bring it to you and you can add or subtract or do as you see fit with it.
Okay. Cool.
All right. I move that we accept this NOI as a ecological restoration limited project.
Second, Michael.
Second, John Cumberland.
Okay, John, how do you vote?
Yes.
Leon, yes. Marty?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
And finally, we have Michael.
Michael.
Yes.
Okay. And Barbara's abstaining. So with that, for the future, the nuts and bolts of the terms and conditions will be reviewed at our next meeting, and then will be voted on. At that point, we will be finished with this particular hearing. So for now, we're going to, I guess we're going to continue this hearing.
No, you're gonna vote to close the hearing because we're gonna come back at the next meeting to discuss the order of conditions, but we're not going to discuss any more testimony or the merits of any pieces
Got
of the project.
Okay. So I move that we close this hearing.
Second.
Second, John Cumberland.
John, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Marty?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
And Michael?
Yes.
Okay, we are done with that. Okay, the next application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Carol. That was very nice. Okay, the first one is games 145. Notice that in the name is misspelled in the agenda, but it's games 145, way 657, or through Way, map 4, parcel 17, RDA, trim invasives near pond and remove small choke cherries. Is there somebody here to speak to this?
Hi, yes, thank you. Thank you for this time before the commission. This will be a lot simpler than the last one. My thought was to speak for a few minutes and then answer any questions that may come up. So, excuse me, just 1 second.
There's a lot of people waiting this game.
Sorry about that. There may be some noise in the background that I was trying to address. So anyway, our plan is to, as you may be able to see from the RDA, is two parts. First, to remove 3 to 5 thin choke cherry trees from the wetlands area to create a breeze and allow mosquitoes to be dispersed through the neighborhood. Second is to remove Virginia creeper, greenbrier, bittersweet, any other invasive vines in the conservation area by brush cutting. We do not want to brush cut the wetlands area, just the conservation area. The purpose is to allow the breeze across Williams Pond to move through the yard and neighborhood in the summer, which would significantly disperse mosquitoes. The strong breeze from Gull Pond moves through the Gull-Higgins sluice and then through the Higgins-Williams sluice across Williams Pond, but it's not entering the yard because of mostly the Virginia creeper that reaches 12 or more feet high in the summertime. And honestly, this year it feels irresponsible to not be doing everything we can to address mosquitoes. The Virginia creeper and other invasive vines completely cover the native plants and shrubs in the summer, which stunts the growth of native species. Our mitigation plan is to plant 3 to 5 high bush blueberries in the wetlands area on the path to the dock as vegetation to compensate for the removed trees. So there's 4 considerations that I just wanted to share. First of all, we genuinely appreciate the Wellfleet Conservation Commission's work to preserve Cape Cod. And honestly, thanks to the National Park, we've already been doing this for 60 years. For 60 years on the property, there hasn't been any building, expanding of buildings, tree cutting, or removal of shrubs. And honestly, our family has been good stewards of this property for 100 years as of this year. And we love nature as much as you do, truly. Removing the Virginia creeper, greenbrier, and bittersweet from the tops of plants allows the native shrubs to thrive. So this conservation area has not been trimmed in about 15 to 20 years due to the extensive ticks. And not trimming is actually hurting the native plants and shrubs, which are now covered with Virginia creeper in the summertime. It also exacerbates the tick and mosquito issues. But for really 80 years prior to these 20 years, it was trimmed each year as needed. The wetlands are seasonal wetlands, which are often dry and contain shrub swamp. This used to be the location of my great-grandmother's garden, as it contains blackberry bushes, cherry trees, and other vegetation that we value. And last point is we prefer not to wait until next year to get this work done, as it would serve the environment and our tenants to address it this year. Allowing the breeze across the pond to move through the yard and neighborhood in the summer would significantly help with mosquitoes. And the mosquito issue needs to be improved for our tenants who have paid for our real estate taxes and allowed us to care for this land. Really, the whole neighborhood would benefit from this. So thank you very much for your consideration. Are there any questions?
Yes. When did this become a problem as far as mosquitoes? Is that last year?
No, it has been for some time. Honestly, we just didn't see a way to address it. Family's not usually there in the wintertime. It's not a heated cottage, it's a summer cottage. So we were never there to do any trimming except in the summer when the ticks were really bad. So honestly, for 15 to 20 years, it's been ignored. And we're now at a point where the Virginia creeper is so high. I mean, you can't even see the pond. There used to be a full view of the pond even 20, 30 years ago, and you can't even see the pond at this point. There's no breeze, and it's time to address it.
What's the, Hillary, what's the precise definition of the area of interest here?
Well, we do not have a site plan for this property, so what we have is from Mass Mapper, and looking at it, we definitely have freshwater wetland BVW on the side of the pond there.
Mm-hmm. So this includes the area that where the creepers are and everything?
Yeah, it looks like that's in the wetland. Because when we were standing there, the edge of the wetland, then turns to grass.
Right, Barbara?
Who would be doing the work?
We've asked Jeremy Young, who has removed fallen trees for us in the past. We've asked him to do the work, which includes removing the 3 to 5 cherry trees, small, I should say thin cherry trees, as well as he suggested brush cutting. I asked him to pull the Virginia creeper out by hand, and he suggested the brush cutting of just the conservation area, not the wetlands area.
But the conservation area is the wetland. So we
Yeah,
need to
there's no
talk,
distinction.
we need to talk in clear terms here. We have the wetland, and then we have the 50-foot and the 100-foot buffer zone. So the conservation area where all this is growing is within the wetland.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I thought the conservation area was the buffer zone outside the wetland.
Nope. It's the edge of the
Yeah.
wetland.
Okay.
Leon, can I ask a question?
Yes, please do, Michael.
So what you're suggesting is cutting the chokecherry, which I think is a native species, in the resource itself.
In the wetlands, that's correct.
And, you know, that's not permitted in our regulations, you know that. I also had a question, if I may. Can you tell me about the landing and the dock?
Yes, the dock was built by my grandfather probably 70 years ago. It's been maintained by other people. You know, we use it for the canoe. That's basically about it. Did you have any specific questions about it?
Well, I'm just wondering whether it was permitted to have, every time you replace, for example, the stairs, the walkway going out and the landing in the pond, you need a permit for that.
Okay, it probably hasn't been, you know, replaced in 20 years. Yeah. It's been a little while.
And what makes you think that cutting down the chokecherry trees are just little stumps, aren't they, pretty much? As I recall, they were pretty deformed looking. But what makes you... Go ahead.
No, please go ahead. I haven't seen them up close. I've seen a photo from a distance.
I see. Well, what makes you think that pulling down all these creepers would actually improve the airflow and change that would have changed the mosquito situation?
Well, honestly, when I was there in 2018, I remember standing at the edge of the yard and the Virginia creeper was literally twice as high as I was. I mean, it was 12 feet high. I couldn't see anything beyond that as I looked from the yard toward the pond. And I realized it was on top of every native species that grew there prior. And, you know, a friend came over and just looked at me and she said, "This looks scary." And I said, yeah, I said, "We're not really sure what to do about it, you know, because we're never here off season." And so finally this year it was like, let's contact Jeremy and see if he can do it off season.
So can you see that this is, you know, there's trees in there and there's certainly brush. Is that the area that you're talking about? Yes,
I will say it looks really different in July. I mean, you can see the pond easily right now. You know, it looks, I want to say it doesn't look like a threat at all right now. It looks really different in July. I don't have July photos. I can tell you it looks, it looks very different in July.
But you are talking about these trees, the ones you're going to be cutting or planning to.
Not those particular trees. The trees that, I'm just trying to get the sense of the view. Is the pond to the left in this view?
Yes, it is. And this is the end of the resource, right? This is the wetlands from there on.
Okay. So the trees I'm speaking of would be to the left of where this photo is showing. The trees that were identified were essentially in the center of the yard, so that as the breeze came through the Higgins sluice, it would, you know, kind of naturally align with that and allow the breeze to move in. Tell you honestly, I realize this is taking down 3 trees. I can tell you honestly, this is the first 3 trees that have been taken down on this property intentionally that I know of in the last 100 years. We've had trees go down in storms, obviously. We had about 10 go down last year, but we have never willfully taken down a tree before. And the only reason we're doing it now is to address, breeze, mosquitoes, and to get some sense of the pond, which you can't even tell there's a pond there in the summertime.
Well, I would,
We have pretty strict requirements about what you can do and not do in Westland, and I'm afraid that your argument, your request is not very compelling. First of all, I'm not convinced that pulling all that out is going to substantially change the breeze. But secondly, even if there was a breeze, that doesn't stop, the light breeze that will come through there won't stop the mosquitoes. I don't think. That's my opinion anyway. Does anybody else have any questions, statements?
I had asked Deborah to reach out to Gabby at the Cape Cod Mosquito Control. Did you reach out to her to talk about the mosquitoes on this particular property?
No, I did not reach out.
Okay.
No, it's too bad. Okay. John, go ahead.
you're muted, John.
There's things are concerning to me, but particularly the brush cutting, which is a very indiscriminate way of dealing with specific plants that are invasive. It's sort of like plowing a rice paddy with an elephant. You're getting rid of, there's very little control. And if your agenda is to just remove the invasives, I think brush cutting is not the way to go, and I couldn't support that. I also feel that the choke cherries are indigenous plants, and they grow up in a marshy area, and they provide food for birds in the fall. I'm not excited about the getting rid of the choke cherries. But if you want to talk to us, from my point of view, if you want to talk to us about removing some invasives with a more targeted approach, I'm interested in listening, but I'm not interested in having people go in and brush cut into a protected area, nor am I excited about cutting choke cherries down.
Yeah, Leon, I'd like to add on to what John's saying. Also, the other thing is that Virginia creeper is a native species, and while it is aggressive, it is a pollinator. So that leaving the Virginia creeper might very well be more beneficial for mosquito control, as opposed to getting rid of it. But it can be aggressive, but I just wanted to mention that to kind of reiterate John's sentiment about leaving the native vegetation.
So what you're saying is that the Virginia creeper is not an invasive species and shouldn't be removed?
Well, there's debate about aggressive versus invasive.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be invasive and native at the same time, but Virginia creeper is kind of in that gray space where it can grow all over things, but it doesn't really invade,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Okay, so it doesn't take over.
Can I add to what
The important part is that it's a pollinator.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ben.
Go, John.
My understanding is that it also competes with poison ivy. So if you get rid of the Virginia creeper, you're just opening up a niche for poison ivy. And personally, if I had a choice between poison ivy and Virginia creeper, I'd go for the creeper every day.
Yeah.
I'd go for the poison ivy personally. I can tell you honestly, my father has spent 30 to 40 years fighting Virginia creeper in our yard and has lost. And the only thing that he ever did was go after Virginia creeper. And it was a full-time project on his vacations, and it still wasn't helpful.
So you're saying has been cutting over the last 30 years on that wetland?
It would be, yeah, probably like, I'm thinking like the 70s when I was a kid. So, I don't know how many years ago that was, I guess about 50 years ago now. He actively fought the Virginia creeper in terms of trying to trim it back, and he couldn't keep up with it. I mean, it has taken over. I truly welcome you to come to the property in the summer if you're interested. I think you'll really feel differently. A friend of ours who was on the Wellfleet Conservation Commission about 20 years ago came to our property in July, and she saw it and she said, this looks really scary. And so, it's not just my opinion, it's really out of control at this point.
Well, if you came to us with a more specific cutting plan and replanting plan and a delineation of where the wetland begins on the property, I think you would probably be able to work toward some sort of a mutually understandable or acceptable situation.
Yeah, it shouldn't be lost. All of that brush is a habitat for hundreds of animals and things living in there. I'm sure that that's a protected area from predators. So all kinds of things live in there. And if you take it out, they're going to be homeless. Just a thought. I believe that we should continue this until we get to allow Ms. Gaines the opportunity to work with her, with Jeremy, to try to come up with something that we can work with that isn't just clear cutting.
And there's also other arborists. I mean, Jeremy is more, I think, landscaping and moving, but there are people who are very skilled in terms of laying out a planting plan and a maintenance plan for that kind of area.
I did relay that information to Deborah. Oh gosh, it feels like a month or so ago now. So she has some folks to contact and consult with.
Right, and I'd also like you to talk to the mosquito control about the validity of your premise that removing this brush will allow the breeze to come through and the mosquitoes will go away. I'm very skeptical of that, but that's just me.
So I would
I'd like you to
second,
talk to them and see what they said.
I would second Leon's motion to continue this project.
All right.
Well,
You understand what we're looking for, Deborah?
yes, I have a couple of questions, actually.
Right. Go.
When you said that the choke cherry trees are, native species and valuable, there's a lot of choke cherry trees down there. We're asking to remove 3 very small ones. There's a plethora of them. And I can tell you there's far more than when I was young. I mean, when I was young, there was only a few trees down there. Now there's probably, 30 or more trees down there. So I don't feel like we're lacking trees. And that I can tell you when really even 20 years ago, we could be in the yard and see the breeze come through the sluiceway, whether it was a southwest breeze or a northeast breeze, and know like, okay, it'll be cold over at the ocean, or, a nice day over at the ponds or whatever. It told the whole weather pattern for the area. And yes, it did move mosquitoes as part of that. And we've lost all that. So really what we're looking for is just to get back what we've had for, really 80 of the last 100 years. And I can talk to someone about other than brush cutting. That sounds reasonable. I don't personally know all the different techniques the arborists use, but, I was told in general that it was too much work to do it by hand. And my father would back that up. My father would say he tried doing that for years and wasn't able to do it by hand. So my understanding with brush cutting is that everything does grow back, and then it would be our opportunity to stay on top of the creeper and, pull it out by hand at that point. But it feels overwhelming to think about doing it by hand at this point, because there is so much of it.
All right, we'll continue this till next time. You'll have a chance to pardon me?
I wonder, I don't think that she will have enough time in 2 weeks to come back with a
Right.
site plan and a restoration mitigation plan.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. There's some decisions to be made there and alternatives to be evaluated. Okay, I move that we continue this until what would be a meeting
Can I
mid-June?
just address the site plan issue? Honestly, I don't even know that we can do a site plan without first getting some of the creeper out of the way. I mean, if they were to come this summer and look at it, all they would see is creeper. I mean, there's nothing else to look at in the summer. And for that,
Yep.
I think it makes sense to do some trimming before we even consider the possibility of a site plan for future.
Land surveyors can get out in almost any condition. They put on the appropriate clothing. It's treated with, treated or not, depending on who you select to do it. But they will go out and survey and give you a site plan any time of year. So I think
Yeah, fine, it does exist.
I want to also just say that honestly, the site plans that I talked to for the people that you referred me to, Hillary, $3,000 to $5,000 just to come up with a plan that allows us to remove excess creeper. That just sounds, it sounds reasonable to remove the excess creeper, and it sounds excessive to require a site plan at, a really high price to allow for that. That feels unbalanced to me. As someone that loves nature and is trying to protect it and care for it as well, and be responsible to it.
But the site plan is important so that the commission can evaluate where the resource area is, where the buffer zone is. It's also useful for your property, for septic system evaluation. So it is a useful thing to have.
I thought the maps that were on massmapper.com delineated the lines.
They don't give us enough information. They really don't. And I haven't spoken about this, but I would really be opposed to removing the trees. I think some kind of management of the Virginia creeper I could go along with, depending on how it's managed. But trees are very important habitat, and we are protecting it if it's in the wetland resource area.
The fact that you have a whole bunch means that they've been protected pretty well by your family, which is good.
And then more will grow up. So if you cut down 3, that more will come, and it's just it's not going to solve that problem for you.
I really would like to suggest strongly that you look at the list that Hillary sent you, because there are some people who are very sensitive to the conservation issues and also very informed about what kind of plants can work, what can be removed, and consulting them and coming back with us will make us feel more comfortable about what you're actually asking and what we can approve.
Well, would you be willing to approve an arborist that does it by hand? I can certainly look into that. I didn't know they did that, to be honest, but I can certainly talk to them. But honestly, we're trying to get this done sooner than later. We have a full season that includes tenants as well as family. We're booked starting in June, and our plan was to get this done before that. We can't really do it, until next fall, which gives us another, year of the aggravation of mosquitoes and honestly, tenants were complaining about the sight of the Virginia creeper in the yard, and that's part of why we're also addressing it.
Well, I can understand your concern. From our standpoint, that isn't compelling, I'm afraid to say. But it's certainly something to consider. But we're talking about a massive change in the vegetation inside a protected area, and that's nothing to be taken trivially. The fact that you could do it for 100 years merely means that for 100 years we did things like building dikes over the Herring River. I mean, yeah, stuff happens, but right now we're trying to protect what we've got left. So we do want some specificity of what you plan to do, what is going to be pulled out, how is it going to be taken away. My experience with creeper, that if you cut it at this time of the year, like July, it's going to be 6 feet high with thorns because it's fresh growth. And I'm from Virginia. And we had a lot of Virginia creeper, and I had 10 acres of Virginia creeper that you couldn't do much with, and it's like holding the tide back. You cut it down, that just makes more sunlight for it to pop right back up because all the roots are still there. It would take something much more to actually get rid of that Virginia creeper. You cut it off, it grows back in 4 weeks. Not to 18 feet tall, but it's there and it's going to be scratching legs and doing things. Okay.
So would you be willing to approve an arborist pulling it out by hand then?
I'm not going to make a commit to some undefined plan. It's
We
certainly
need
something
to, we
consider.
need to see a plan that we can look at and discuss
adopt.
before we do anything. We can't conjecture right now.
Now, when
And the
you say
arborist can
plan, you
come and
want an
represent you.
arborist? You want an arborist to say, I'm going to pull the Virginia creeper out by hand? Is that a plan? What are you looking for?
I would consult an arborist and see what they say.
Right. There might be other options. I'm just saying, you're trying to do something that is forbidden. So, and we're trying to find a way for you to get some of what you want, but we can't do it with just a signature that says you can clear cut the place. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's our job.
So is an arborist going to require a site plan?
We're going to require a site.
We're going to require the site plan. We need to know where your property is, where the edge of the feature is, and we need to know the location of trees that you want to cut and what you're going to do to ameliorate that, and how are you going to go about getting rid of all the brush, and what are you going to do with the stumps and the trees that are underneath that brush? So there's undoubtedly something under there. So, I mean, this is important, and this is right in the middle of what we're supposed to be stopping, or at least moderating.
I thought you had been out to the property and looked at it.
We have been out to the property.
Okay,
It's
so
not
you've
compelling.
seen it.
I have seen it, yes, I've been there. And we went there 2 weeks ago.
And the trees you want were not marked the way they're supposed to be marked?
So we weren't sure exactly which trees you were going to remove.
I had asked Jeremy to mark them and he told me that he marked them.
No, we saw, yeah.
I don't know what he.
Okay. And we need I mean, if you're gonna, we require that there shows a limit of work. How are you gonna bring equipment in there? Is it just backing up a pickup with a bush hog, or what are you gonna do? And how's it gonna be removed? What are you gonna do with it? So, I mean, this is not a trivial thing. It might have been 30 years ago, but not so much now. And frankly, trying to control creepers is like trying to hold a tide back, unless you go in and kill the roots, which is certainly not something we appreciate.
Well, that's why we need to start. I mean, we're overdue at this, having not, done anything for 20 years. And
right.
Even if we can pull out some of it by hand this year, that's all to the good. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse.
We cannot make a determination until we have the information we need to make that determination. Sorry.
Okay, so a site plan, I did talk to some, I want to say site plan engineers, whatever they're called. They said it would be like 3 to 4 months, okay, which means they wouldn't even be able to really, we have tenants there, the tenants don't want site engineers on the property while they're there. So really we're talking about.
I know, but your sense of urgency is primarily due to wanting to make your clients happy, and that's not compelling. I mean, we're not going to allow something to happen that initially will cause erosion or detrimental to the animals that are living on that property without a proper evaluation. We just won't do that. And that's it. So I'll continue this for a month to give you a chance to come back, but right now it's not compelling.
Well, we're not going to get a site plan together in a month from the engineers that I spoke with. It's not possible.
Right. So it sounds to me like you're not going to get it done by June.
Yeah, which means it'll be next fall or next winter, and
if it happens, that's right.
of really bad mosquitoes, and that's something we can prevent by taking action now.
I think everyone in Wellfleet has bad mosquitoes no matter what, but
Yeah,
I think
no matter
that
what degrees or
But
whatever.
we're
think-
making them worse.
I think that if you can come back in a month, then just come back when you're ready. And we won't continue it. We'll just wait.
Well, yeah, my whole point is we don't want to wait until next year. That's not going to serve anyone. It's not going to serve our neighborhood or the mosquito.
Well, you
right?
don't want to wait, but we have to wait. So we don't want to continue it for a month and you're not being able to come back with what we're asking for. So what I'm saying is that you should come back when you have what we requested. And if you miss a season, that's going to happen. You might not have time to get it done for this season.
Yes, you came to us in the middle of April. You're not going to necessarily get an immediate approval.
Actually, I came to you at the beginning of March and I've been postponed a couple times. So here we are in the beginning of May.
Well, the date, okay.
Well, I'm disappointed to say the least. If you want to put me on the agenda in 2 weeks, I'll see what I can come up with. But I want you to know that it's really important to us to address it this year. It feels irresponsible not to be addressing mosquitoes this year. You know, someone said the mosquitoes are going to be worse this year than they were last year. Okay, we had nothing but tenant complaints about it. So, you know, I genuinely appreciate the work that you do. And my hope is that you can consider all aspects of nature that include mosquitoes and ticks and all the things that are being worked with.
I don't think you're gonna have anything in 2 weeks, but if that's what you want to do, we'll continue for 2 weeks, but you're not gonna.
Well, it's our only chance to do something before next year, right?
That is probably the case.
All right, so Leon, can I move that we continue for 2 weeks then? If the material's ready, we can review it. If not,
So we will need the materials in the office on May 11th for a May 18th hearing. So we need the materials in 1 week's time,
And when's the hearing after the 18th?
June 1st.
Okay, we'll try for one of those. It may be June 1st.
Okay, so we need a date certain to continue it to. So do we want to just go to June 1st or do you want to try for May 18th?
I'll try for May 18th. I mean, honestly, I wanted Jeremy to do the work, start the work in March. Okay, then it was postponed to April. Now we're in May, and now I'm being told next year. It's really not serving. You know, with all due respect, and my hope, you know, one of the things you might consider is whether you evaluate, you know, properties that are in the national park differently than the rest of Wellfleet. I really appreciate all that you do for the rest of Wellfleet. I think that's really important. But I really want you to know that people in the national park already know those rules. They already go out of their way to take care of nature. That's been going on since I was a kid. I remember being told very explicitly when I saw the lady slippers in the woods, they were not to be touched. You know, the turtles by the pond. And, you know, I just want you to know there's a long history of loving and caring for nature. And we're not doing anything wrong by asking to trim back some of the grossly excessive Virginia creeper that has taken over the yard. And you're welcome to go there in July and see for yourself, but I don't want to wait that long, quite frankly. I don't want another year like last year.
Deborah, I think we all appreciate you and your family's love of nature. That's obvious to us. We care deeply about it also. The problem is that we're bound by regulations and bylaws that tell us we need to review certain things and we need a submittal to contain information to which we can make a good decision based on. And that's why when you and I spoke, I recommended you contact some of these folks and talk to them about a plan that would provide a lot more information than what you're providing, that would contain a plan other than just brush cutting the wetland, because that wasn't going to be perceived well. So I also understand the urgency to act now, but unfortunately, good applications that the commission can feel comfortable with take time. And I really hope that you heard the commission and you reach out to some of these people and come back with a plan that is more acceptable to them, that they feel comfortable carrying out, because I think that your interests and their interests are really one and the same.
Yeah, and quite frankly, it doesn't feel true to spend $5,000 on a site plan just to trim excess Virginia creeper. We're not looking to landscape. We're not looking to change anything. We're just looking to remove excess creeper. And to spend $5,000 on that is not the best use of our resource when property taxes are over $12,000 this year. So my hope is that you'll really consider, other than the laws that you're bound by.
That's not our job.
That's not.
Precisely what our job is
Right.
to go by the rules and laws that it requires. And what you're asking for is very difficult to accommodate under those laws.
Well,
And I don't, and the fact that you've been doing it for 30 or 40 years that's history. I'm sorry to be hard-edged about this, but we've taken almost an hour talking about this. And
yeah, I don't want to spend any more time on it either.
good,
but-
I don't either, so.
Well, I will say, if we put aside the choke cherry tree issues, which I heard a few objections about due to animals, I don't think there's any harm in trimming excess creeper. And my hope is there'd be a way to do that without spending $5,000 on it. That's the most honest thing I can say. And if the laws in Massachusetts don't allow for that, I'd say they need to look a little bit deeper.
Well, you're informed about the laws. If you choose to do what you want to do without our permission, well, laws, whether that you feel that they're appropriate or not, doesn't mean that they don't get followed.
Does it
All
mean
right.
that they don't get what?
That's just because you don't agree with the law doesn't mean that it doesn't get followed. And our job is to enforce those laws. So a motion has been made. Has it been seconded?
Yes.
Okay, John, how do you vote? We're putting this off till March 18th.
Yes.
May.
Not
May
May,
18th.
May.
May 18th, sorry. It's an M.
Yes.
Okay, you say yes, John?
Yes.
I say yes. Marty, how do you feel?
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
and Benjamin?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be seeing you May 18th.
Thank you all for your time.
You're welcome. Okay. The next application is Murphy, Logie Bay area, RDA for shellfishing. Who can speak to that?
Murphy requested a continuance.
Okay.
He's waiting on his letter from the Army Corps of Engineers, so he will come to us when that letter is in hand.
Thank you. You mentioned that before and I forgot. Okay, I move that we continue this until May 18th.
Okay, because I had about 10 comments on that one, so
Well,
that'll
we'll just
save
have
us some time.
Mark, put a pin in those.
Second your motion.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yes.
Leon, yes. Marty?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
And Michael?
Yes.
Okay, so let's continue. Both of these. Okay, the next one is Valley, 5 Alves Road. Is that the correct? Alves Road, map 15, parcel 139, RDA, 84 square foot deck addition, temporary in nature.
Yeah,
Is this the second story deck that we visited? Right? Where it's a deck that's just cantilevered out with,
no,
Oh,
this is on,
no.
can you hear me?
oh, sorry. different-
Yep, we have Leif on the line to talk about the
Yeah, yeah.
project.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
here. I
Go
don't know if
ahead.
it's in the video, but, so, no, it's the deck on the opposite side that's, facing the conservation land. The Wellfleet Trust or whatever it was, I can't remember exactly which one it was. So if you're looking at the property from Alves Road and you're facing the marsh, the deck would be on the left side of the house. Do you see that on the plan?
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah. So what's going on is the owner has been there for several years and has managed to have some fine young grandchildren, and they just don't have the space on the deck. So they're just looking to put a very small addition to it, which and they would just attach to the existing deck, bolt into the existing deck, and then just have a post. So what you see on the map, I mean, you see the plan that I have there? The SketchUp drawing?
Mhm.
All right, so if you see where it says 8 and 4 feet on the left side,
Yep.
Yes.
I guess it's on the far, the marsh side. So she wants to extend out 4 feet to the left and come back 3 more feet from where that, towards that chimney that's there. I don't, the chimney's not indicated on that drawing, unfortunately, but there's a chimney there if you remember from seeing the property. So what we'd have to do is just bolt into the existing deck on that 15-foot run as much as we could to it where it gets to the, you know, there's 3 more feet beyond that wouldn't be bolted, and then we turn the deck back into the house and bolt in there. So we just require some post on that outside edge, you know, the corner, you know, at the 4 foot and the 15-foot corner. So the marsh corner, I'm talking about, a post there. We need probably coming back towards the Alves Lane, maybe 3 or 4 more posts that would go into the ground, which we would just, you know, hand dig some sonotubes and, or even just do some, what they call Bigfoot, not Bigfoots, diamond piers, if you just kind of pound the things into the ground. So I don't think it would really do too much. The wetland is 79.2 feet, you know, so it's within that 100-foot buffer. So we're just hoping that we could just, you know, do this. I think very little would disturb the area because we'd walk everything in by hand from the driveway and just, you know, wouldn't even be that big of a project. We'd probably be in and out of there in a few hours, besides doing the rails afterwards, but then we'd be working off the top of the deck, so we wouldn't be even disturbing the area around it. So we were hoping that you guys would find that acceptable and allow us to do that. And her main reasoning is just, like I said, to have more seating space, because when her grandchildren come here, they have no place to hang out outdoors. So they were hoping, because they had a roof deck before that had to come down, so they lost all that space just because it was, you know, starting to become a leak problem in the house. So when they redid the roof, they just tore it down. So that's the proposal we're looking for. I hope that, is there any questions, or does that make sense? Or
I have a question. A couple of places in this application, it mentions that it's temporary in nature, but it's temporary to me means you're going to take it down in the winter or store it someplace, but it's not.
Did I write somewhere where it's temporary by?
Yeah, several
Kind of all over
places.
it.
Yeah.
All
Where-
over
let me
it's
see.
temporary, but it's,
Huh.
The construction, I think he was referring to the construction as
Yeah, the
being
construction's
temporary.
temporary in nature. It's gonna be, yeah, this project is temporary in nature. I guess I misunderstood. I'm not very good with these legal things. So I think but it's definitely not temporary deck. The deck will be there. Hopefully for a long time, or else I'll be in trouble.
Yeah, let's hope so.
That's what we're hoping for. It's not even that. I mean, I don't think it's that big of an ask, but I don't know. I was hoping you guys would consider it.
Do we know what the disturbed area is?
The only disturbed area, well, there'd be just the deck itself, that area, that 4 foot by 15. So basically it wouldn't even be that, you know, you would just be us foot traffic, putting, you know, carrying in the timbers and then digging the hole. There would be, you know, to support the deck. So the one side of it towards the house would be bolted into the existing deck. We may have to add a, like 1, 2, 3, 4 posts on that outside edge. And you know, it would be ideal depending on, I think 4 posts would be good on that run that's on the 15-foot run. And we may have to add 1 to the right of the, where we're gonna put the stairs, which is beyond the, I think that's out of the buffer zone by the time you get there, maybe not quite.
Okay, when we asked for, when he mentioned disturbed area, what he was asking was, if you include the house, any driveways, walkways, et cetera,
Yeah,
what's the current disturbed area within the 100-foot buffer?
Yeah, so it's mostly, I mean, besides walking, there's a driveway there. I don't know if you guys all went there, but there's a driveway out front. It's actually showing a little bit on the, is it on the, let me see if it's on the L's around. No, so there's a driveway out front that goes in, I'd say about within 20 feet of the house or something from Al's
Excuse
Road.
me, what we're looking for is a total square footage of disturbed area within the 100-foot buffer.
Okay, so that would be 50. Let me just figure that out real quick.
Well, it's not just of what you're adding, but what it is currently, which is your house if you have a generator
Oh,
pad,
yeah.
you're, you know,
It
Yeah.
even
It is.
includes, it even
Right
includes
now-
turf lawns.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm guessing, just a rough estimate would be, let me just do this real quick.
we need-
Well, sir, if you could actually come back, we're going to need a site plan as well. Because you're going to be building a project that is in the 100-foot buffer of an additional, 84 square feet? Is that what the total addition is?
Yeah, 4 by, yeah, that sounds pretty close. I don't have it right.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what we're looking for as well is mitigation. How are you going to mitigate the additional disturbance in the 50 to 100-foot zone?
Well, see, that's just it. I don't think you say disturbance. I mean, we're gonna be digging 4 holes. That's the disturbance. That
Yeah,
would
but
be
the
the-
deck is covering some of the area. Is there going to be water running through the deck, over the deck? Is the deck going to be covered?
No, it will not be a covered deck. It'll just be just a deck surface. So they're, your typical,
And
Quarter
what's going to be underneath the deck?
just what's there now, which is just,
So
just
it's not going to
natural
be
drain.
used
I'm not-
for any storage under there at all?
No, I think if you saw the deck, it's only like a couple feet off the ground. Maybe at one end it might be 3 feet, and the other end it's like a foot or so. So this isn't even very high off the ground.
Okay, the deck may be covering, there may be vegetation there, so
There's
would
no
be looking.
vegetation under there. No, I thought you guys had went out there. There's no vegetation, just dirt right now. It's basically under pine trees where you just have natural. It's very natural, like terrain there, kind of where like woods that are like maybe, when you rake the pine needles, it's just natural topsoil. I don't even think there's any moss there. It's just basic. It's been like that for years. It's just like hard covered topsoil, basically.
Now, there is a shower there, right? There is a shower between the
around-
house and the wetlands?
There is a shower around the corner that's been there for years. That's on a decked area. It's within the existing deck area you see in the back of the property.
Yes, I don't know if you can see it, but has that been permitted?
That was permitted. I don't know. That's been there since the house is there. But I think the last person that did any work there was Leif Johnson, and he has since passed away. So that was, I've been checking the house for 20 years. That's always been there as far as I remember.
So the water and the soap and the phosphates run right off into the wetlands from the shower?
I have no idea if they put any drainage in there or what they did. That's been there forever, like I said.
Well, there's no drainage that's visible at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm not proposing anything to be done with the shower because that's not anything that I've done. I'm just asking for this deck. I don't know what's going on with the shower because I didn't do that. So I don't know. Maybe the owner knows what was done there, but there may be a
Right,
dry
but
well under
you're
there.
you're asking for building between the house and the wetland in the buffer zone. And you're not proposing any sort of mitigation. And when there is a runoff, a violation in terms of the shower runoff, you're not proposing to do anything about that. What we would like is a dry well with wood chips under the shower so that any soap or other.
So you're assuming there isn't one under there. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I couldn't see
can't
any.
tell you.
It's been there for 20 years. You can bet that there wasn't much.
Well, I think you guys have to look at the permit, and within your own records, whatever Leif Johnson had gotten. That's not me. That's something he built. It should have been done right. I'm sure. I know he went through your process because I saw some paperwork there.
That's an unfortunate position to take, I'm afraid. But
what's
Can I
that?
ask a question?
go ahead, Hillary.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the application and it tells us that the existing house and deck is approximately 80 feet upland from the wetlands. And then the
Mhm.
work description goes on to say that the additional deck sections will extend 4 feet parallel to the wetlands
Exactly.
and 12 feet away from the wetlands. So are you,
I got 15 feet. I don't know, 15 feet away.
so
Don't you-
the
do you see
deck
that on the
will
plan?
then be 15 feet from the edge of the wetland?
For 15.
Do you guys have that SketchUp drawing, the wetland, if you're looking at the SketchUp drawing, is down where it has the 84 foot square foot proposed deck notation there. That's the marsh is down below that. So everything, so basically we're basically putting one post that's parallel to the existing deck. So that's 4 feet out to the left, which is parallel in the
But
wetland.
how
and then it
close
comes
is
around.
that? And what I'm trying to understand, which is tricky for me, is how close that is to the wetland, because you in one section.
79 feet, 0.2 feet, 79.2 feet.
To which point?
To the point where the
4 feet.
outer corner of the deck where the 4 foot line
Okay.
comes out
Yeah,
and the 15 foot line comes out. And there's an
Okay.
arrow from the 84 square foot points to
okay,
that corner.
I got it. So
Yeah,
from
so I'm
that
not-
corner,
Yeah. So the darkened area is the proposed project. The existing is the white area.
mhm,
I think we're
mhm.
not looking at the same thing, maybe, because what I'm looking at is pretty much all yellow. And
Oh, you're
then
looking
there-
at, you need to go through your paperwork. That's where you're looking at Al's Lane. That's where you're looking at the thing that says 79.2 feet. There should be a plan in there.
no, but then when I look at the deck and the dwelling drawing, I don't see the wetland line, so I'm confused by the work description and the drawing, because the work description says 12 feet away from the wetland in one place, and then 15 feet parallel to the wetland. So that indicates to me that you're a lot closer.
I think they.
Oh, that's what's going on. So I don't know what happened there, but it's so basically, I would take and just not even, if you look at the SketchUp drawing, it would be it's more simplified. I don't know what happened there, but they were at one point talking about only coming back 12 feet, but then it ended up being 15 to make it work with the tables and stuff they wanted. But so where you look at the SketchUp drawing and there's an 84 foot square foot proposed deck addition notation, do you see that? And
Yep.
then there's like a 32 foot deck right there. That's the marsh side. So down over the hill from there, when you look at the property, the shower would be in like the middle of that 30 foot, 2 foot deck. And then the marsh was down over the hill. And so all we're looking to do is, if you see the darkened area, that's 4 foot by 15 foot, and then goes back towards the house to 3 feet. You see that?
Mhm. Yes,
Yeah, that's what we're hoping to do. So we're hoping to bolt that darkened area onto the existing white deck,
Yep.
the white area. And that's so most of the support would be on that deck. And then there would only be a post, just enough post underneath the deck to support it, the extended part. The rest of it would be supported by the existing deck.
so,
What
So
is the
just-
cost of construction of this project?
I had it out. Let me see. I have to remember. I do so many projects. I wrote it on here. It wasn't very much. It was not. I mean, the way lumber prices are going, it might have gone up in the last 2 weeks. But let me see. Sorry. I know, Hillary, when you looked at it before, when I was in the office asking you questions about this, I don't know if you remember, this was a while ago because we got postponed, but you had said something about, well, I wouldn't have to, it was under like the 10,000 or whatever. so-
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering, because
Yeah.
if
it's
it
well
was
under-
under the 10,000, it wouldn't require a septic inspection, but this is one of those properties that we don't have a site plan on. And so I'm trying to determine, looking at what you submitted, that all the work is outside the 50 foot. And I'm pretty sure it is based on this discussion. It looks like the closest point is this 79.2 feet, but your deck
Exactly.
actually appears to be 10 feet away from that, if I'm reading all of this information clearly.
That's the way I understand it, yes. Yep,
Which
sounded
means
right.
that your construction is at, it looks like around 89 feet from the edge of the wetland.
Correct, that's my understanding as well, yes.
I'd like to
And-
make a motion, I think. I move that we approve this with the condition that they install a dry well underneath the shower with
Provided there isn't.
nitrogen remediation. Pardon me?
That's provided there isn't one there now, yes.
Well, if there were one there that you didn't know about for 20 years, it needs to be replenished because
Did you
it
know
has
Lake
wood chips in
Johnson?
it. So let's just presume that you do need it. Or
Okay.
that it needs to be, let's just say that there needs to be a dry well under it with nitrogen amelioration, which is just basically a segment of wood chips on the way down. The water gets on the wood chips absorb the nitrogen. And it
Okay,
doesn't
I
get
know,
into the pond.
I do know the whole property in the back has wood chips in it. I don't know if that, but I'll have to
No,
look
no,
into the
sorry.
dry well.
Well, this water is going to be running down into the sand and then running along it, getting into the wetland. All we want to do is treat it so that the worst things get snagged out of the water before it goes down to the wetland.
Mhm.
So that's my motion. Does anybody second it?
Second, Michael.
Can
I
I
would-
just,
I-
can I just?
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Leaf, I think what we're trying to do is get this through, but deal with our concerns.
No,
I,
I understand. I'm
and
curious.
I would also like you to seriously consider, the diamond,
Diamond
pier
piers, your
footings
local
as a-
anchors.
Yeah,
Excuse me?
I was hoping to actually that you would have us do that because that's actually, for us, it's quicker and easier than digging the hole and everything else anyway,
Right.
so.
And
So I
it's
will
less,
definitely use those.
John, you've got
And-
the floor.
and, so, and I do feel like you're adding a deck, but you lost the deck off the roof, so I'm sympathetic to needing a deck. But I think the point Leon's making is, we can make a gain for the environment if you'll add the improvement to the shower. And that'll make us feel more comfortable about the project. So that's
Right, and I have one question regarding that too, just
Mhm.
maybe you guys can educate me on this, but so I don't know, has he been to the property? Because that shower, like when you say it's like within 80 feet of the wetland, it's not like it's like flat out, it's not even like a 10-foot rise, it's probably a good 30 feet above the marsh there. So my understanding is when water filters, the water table has got to be down there, it filters through that much sand and whatever that.
Yeah, we're more interested in the nitrogen going into the wetland. That's what
the
causes
sand
problem.
the sand removes bacteria, but it doesn't remove the nitrates. That's why we want the wood chip layer.
Okay, that's good to know.
And it's not expensive. We're talking about a shower tray, a little bit of piping, and a 12-inch tube going down with wood chips in it. That's, it's really not much.
And removing the old deck and whatever to do it, but yes.
Well, you don't have to remove the deck. But
I will have to.
That's not my concern. My concern is the
Well, like it
environment.
is your concern because if you want me to do that, that's going to disturb that area more. So I'm going to have to cut up that deck and do that and then dig it out. So is that something that you approve with this by saying I have to upgrade that? That's like, I'm not going to, I mean, that's part of the approval is I can dig that, cut that deck section out, put the drainage in that you're requiring and then dig the trench out from underneath that deck to the point where it can drain down the hillside.
Now, what happens is basically you're just making a dry well.
Mhm.
And that can be right under the shower or it can be outside of the shower if you want. But, this is not a big deal and it does help a lot.
So I'm just making sure any disturbance I cause there, you're saying that's already approved by you saying this. That's all I'm trying to require. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure.
I believe that's so, yes.
Okay. All right. So
Barbara,
that,
you have something to say? Just a
I
second.
just wonder if we need the total square footage of disturbance now that we're adding something to this
Yeah.
property.
Yeah. I
So
think that,
that would be another condition that be calculated and put on the plan, even though it's not a site plan with a buffer zone delineation, which I would like to see. I still like that calculation.
yeah, those are required on any of the site plans. And that's not really very hard. You should be able to just,
right. So you want the existing, like what's there existing in the disturbed area. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And the increase
and then what it would be
with
after.
with the deck.
Okay.
You should be in good shape on that. None of this should be causing you a lot of concern. I mean,
No, it's not. I just want to make sure we're all clear because,
Yep.
yeah.
okay. So I'll
All right.
modify my motion that we we asked for a nitrate amelioration on the outdoor shower, and that we have the site plan updated to show the current disturbed areas within the 100-foot buffer, and then what it would be after the proposed work, which
Okay.
that should be doable.
And so now, just a question to you. So now that you've given that approval, do you want me, you just want me to come back and file that with, hand it in at the conservation? Or we don't need to go through another
No,
meeting for this?
no.
Okay.
If it's what we require, that's what you need to do to get a certificate of completion. You don't need to come back before us for that.
Okay. Okay. So all right. That sounds good.
But this is an RDA, so they don't need a certificate of compliance on this.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, is that a -2 or 3?
But we won't sign off on the building permit until we have these pieces in our.
Okay, so I'll get this together. So what you're saying, then I'll bring this down to the conservation. You guys can sign off there in the office, and I can bring it to the get the permit at the same time, basically. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so we haven't voted on this yet.
I know.
So John,
I have faith in you guys.
John, how do you vote? You're muted.
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. Marty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
All right,
and
thank you.
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Valley, you got your marching orders.
All right, I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
Someone tell me if it's a -2 or 3.
In the buffer zone, 3.
Thank you.
So what
Okay,
form?
3. Oh, that's a 2, isn't it?
Form 2.
Form 2.
Form 2, okay.
Okay, the next application that we're going to have a hearing on is Rusk. 20 Cove View Road, map 25, parcel 32, RDA.
Can we continue this one to the end of the agenda? They're not on here, so we're calling them to see if they could come.
Okay, we'll move on to Carpenter Babington, 126 Second Street, map 40, parcel 99, RDA to replace existing deck on lower level. Before we do that, though, there was wasn't there another one at the end that was going to be continued that we wanted to warn everybody that?
Cavernous?
Yeah. So if anybody's online to give input on the Cavernous, that's 360 Cove Road. That's
I don't think anyone is.
Okay.
I don't think
I just
anyone
wanna
is.
make sure.
They're dropping like flies.
Well, that's good. I'm about to drop myself. So Rusk is the next, sorry, Carpenter.
Carpenter and Babington.
Right. Okay, Mr. Carpenter? Or,
No, this is Chris Dio, Cape Associates Builders, Senior Project Manager.
Okay.
I believe Randall is also on. I'm not dropping like flies. I'm going to stick this one out.
Yeah, I'm on,
it.
Chris, so, but go ahead.
Excellent. We've made it this long, Randall. I think we should stick it out, right?
Exactly.
One point of clarification, if you can go back to the agenda, we're not replacing the deck, we are replacing decking. I think that's an important distinguisher there.
Right. There were just a few pieces of decking they showed us when we were there.
Oh, yeah. I remember this.
So again, I think, unlike some of the other applicants this evening, we're, sticking within the footprint here. Maintenance on this wood deck, some rotten boards. We're proposing putting down new wooden decking, working off of the existing deck to, remove the decking and replace, staying off of the bank. As you saw, I think I put some nice flags up around the work area there. Good thing about this project is we've got a good staging area with the gravel driveway, material stored there, old decking disposed of into a dumpster out there. So, we can control our work efforts are pretty well. And, you know, if need be, we can also establish some kind of limit of work visual areas just to remind our guys to kind of just stick to the deck, get it done from the existing sections.
And this is not going, as I recall, there was an upper deck that needed more support, wasn't there?
Yeah, so if you look, you guys got the photos.
I'm trying to find
Let's go to photo, there you go. How about photo D on the application? Do you see that?
Okay, I'm working on it. Let's see. Yes, I got carpenter. Okay, here we go. All right. Which one? D?
Photo D.
Oh, yes.
Everybody on the same page with us here?
Okay, I've got it. Which photo do I? Oh, here we go. C. And I'll put you D. All right.
So
which photograph should I be looking at? Oh, yeah. Okay, on E, we can see it, right?
Can you see it on E? No, go to D. I think it's better because I've got some drawn in marked up areas with a little bit of text there. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, so basically you see that elevated deck there. Whoever did that work, you know, basically that deck is framed kind of like to what I would consider, you know, code minimums. They've got two big treated glue lambs, and the deck span, the deck's joists are running front to back, you know, from our view, front to back. And, you know, the owner will admit that, you know, that deck is fairly springy, and, you know, probably built in today's code standards, we would be upgrading to the next joist size up. So what we're proposing doing for that section is to flush frame another glue lamb up and in, therefore cutting that deck span in half. And what that would require would be, you see my black lines down, dig two new sonnet tubes with posts down to support that new glue lamb.
Okay. Got a plethora of paperwork here. That's just got the description. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Take your time.
Should I be? Am I looking at the key map here, the town of Wellfleet, where you've got a site plan marked up with red, proposed disturbances?
No, these are actually just like photos of the actual house.
I got it. All right.
Can you share, do you have them on your computer? Can you share your screen? That would help, because I have it, but maybe some other people don't.
Okay, I gotta tell you what I'm gonna do really quickly here then is, let me try to do that. It's not allowing me to do this right now. So you see that photo D that I'm discussing, right? That I'm talking about. Maybe you could provide a narration as I narrate it. So basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to add some support to that deck, which we thought was under framed when whoever built that deck framed it. And so in addition to replacing, as we are replacing that rotting wood decking, we would dig two tubes with posts up to a new carrying beam there. You know, the areas that we'd be digging are already under the deck, adjacent to the foundation. We would love to use those diamond piers like Leaf was trying to do, but they need to be able to go in 4 directions. And so they would hit the foundation there. So we have to dig a typical concrete footing there. Again, it would be right next to the house foundation within the area that's already been covered by decking for, you know, numbers of years. So we assume there's no live vegetation under there. So that's, I guess, part of when we remove the deck to replace it, the decking to replace it, that would be part of the work at the same time.
That seems very reasonable to me.
Yep, me too.
Leon, I had two questions related.
Certainly, go ahead.
So when we were out there, we noticed that where it was pointed out to us that there's a drain pipe going straight out into the wetland.
Right.
Did you guys take a picture of that? Because I didn't even notice it, but in honesty, I didn't.
It's from the utility room, I think they said.
And
that
it
there
was,
a-
we were told, I don't know if you can see it, we were told that it came from a tub or a sink.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
And
that's
we were
okay.
also assured that that could be removed since the sink isn't used. But having
Sure.
whatever is in the sink drain right into the wetlands is probably not a good idea.
No, I don't think that would be, nor something like a washing machine or something. I've seen all sorts of crazy stuff in my time.
No, I
Well,
don't think,
it's
well,
it's the only thing that it had been used for. It was there when we bought the house 20 years ago, and we never thought anything about it because the only thing we do is rinse oysters off in that sink. But we can take that out, or we can. There's a septic line right next to it. We could reroute it into that. So we'll fix that.
I think that would be good. There's also a shower that's sort of right in the middle of between the houses.
Yep, the decking there. Yep.
Yeah. So what is under that shower?
Again, I can't, per the previous applicant, I don't think.
I don't
can
think there's
confirm.
anything under that shower, and
Yeah, probably not. Right. Yeah.
Only when listening to this conversation today was I aware that that was an issue.
Yeah. So
it
again, that would be
something,
something. If
Yeah,
you're
we could do
agreeable, putting it's again very simple, a dry well with nitrogen absorbing wood chips.
Okay. Yeah, I think he had misunderstood what you guys were asking. He thought that you were needing to pipe the water out of it. And I understand. No, all it needs to be is some sort of continuous well with wood chips to absorb the
and
runoff.
if I understand it correctly, this would be pretty easy because we just put a catchment underneath it, and we could go to the side of it and put it straight down into the sand there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, correct, exactly. And we're replacing the decking. So in our case, it's a little bit easier because the decking is coming up already. I know that was one of his concerns previously, but our decking is coming up, so we have very good access to it now.
Okay, can I move that we approve this RDA with those conditions that we just mentioned, that there be a nitrogen mitigation under the outdoor shower? And was there anything else? I think
Yes,
that
the
was-
sink drain.
The sink drain be removed.
I would second that.
Second.
Sink drain to be removed or plumbed into the septic system is how I
Mhm.
have it written.
Right.
Second that, John Kumbler.
Leon's out of commission, I think.
Hillary, do you want to just call on
Nope,
us? so
nope,
we
I
can-
got it. I got it. Sorry, I was just spacing out. John, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Marty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
and Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'd forgotten that I was
Okay, that's Form 2.
Form 2.
Oh, we're gonna drop like flies then if we're all set.
I think I'm dropping like a fly. I have to stand up.
You're
Thank you,
lucky-
Chris.
You're lucky you can leave.
Yeah, thanks committee. Been a pleasure, and hopefully it doesn't go too much longer for you guys. Randall, I'll be in touch with you. Thanks.
All right.
All right, thank you.
So that's a -3, I believe.
Okay. The next petition is, or the next subject is Latendre, 135 and 137 Payne Hollow Road, NOI additions, renovations at 135 Payne Hollow, construction of a grill pavilion, and removal and replacement of a swimming pool, and removal of invasive and restore with national or native species, at 137 Payne Hollow Road. Is there someone to speak to that?
Hi, good evening. Stephanie Sequin here. Can you?
I'm gonna have to ask you to speak up. We can barely hear you.
Okay, you're on speakerphone. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Not
Barely,
very low,
barely.
but I guess we can get you. We'll all be quiet so you can talk.
Okay, how about, is this better?
That's great. That's great.
All right, I'm sorry about that. Stephanie Sequin with Ryder and Wilcox. I'm representing Lucia and Roland Latender, who are the owners of the property at 135 Payne Hollow Road. And with us tonight also is Teresa Sprague from Blue Flax Design. So this property is it's 2.7 acres. A portion of the property lies within the 100-foot buffer to a shrub swamp that's located on the other side of a dirt driveway that cuts across the property. There's the original house, according to the assessor's records, was built in 1850. There is an in-ground pool and patio next to it. And the existing house and pool and patio are partially located within the 100-foot buffer. Other structures on the property include a studio, which was constructed in or expanded in 1995. There's a detached garage, tennis court, shell driveway, miscellaneous sheds. These are all outside of the 100-foot buffer. What's being proposed with this project is to remove a portion of the existing building and reconstruct it, and that reconstructed section will serve as what's referred to as a connector to an addition on the east side of the building, and it will include a screened porch. We're proposing to remove the existing pool and patio and replace it with a new pool and patio. And adjacent to the patio is a grill pavilion, which is basically just a covered deck. All the new structures that are shown on the site plan are outside of the 50-foot buffer. The new pool and patio are located further away from the BVW than the existing pool and patio. We've included the comparison of the existing and proposed coverage within your jurisdiction. There is no change to no new structures within the 50-foot buffer. There is within the 50 to 100-foot buffer a net increase of a little over 2,800 square feet of building, hardscaping, and pool. As mitigation for the increased coverage, Blue Flax Design has prepared a land management plan that was submitted with the notice of intent. They're removing the invasives between the wetland and the driveway and restoring the area with native plants. They're also proposing to eliminate the lawn that currently surrounds the building and runs all the way down to to that driveway to restore that area with native plants. So they will be creating a naturalized buffer within 50 feet of the wetland. Also, as mitigation, we're proposing to retrofit the existing Title V system with a nitro wastewater treatment system. It's outside the actual installation of this component is outside of your jurisdiction, but it is an IA technology that has provisional use approval from DEP for nitrogen reduction. So the existing system is a Title V system, and we're just retrofitting it to give it secondary treatment to reduce the nitrogen that's coming from the septic system in getting discharged into the ground. I would be happy to answer any questions, or I could hand it off to Teresa Sprague, and she could walk you through the land management plan if you like.
I think I'd rather look at this before we talk about land management, because this is a lot to consider.
Yes, as I understand, what you're talking about is adding an additional 2,829 square feet within the 50 to 100-foot buffer for a total of 5,696 square feet within the 50 to 100-foot buffer?
That's correct, yes.
And that doesn't include the 0 to 50, which is another 686. So we're talking about well over 6,000 square foot of disturbance within the buffer zone.
Yes. On a property that has been existing, developed since the 1800s. And part of that construction will result in the restoration of the 50-foot buffer where it's currently open yard area. That yard within the 50-foot buffer will be restored with native plants.
There's also the proposal to add the nitro system, which is the innovative alternative septic system, the enhanced nitrogen removal system. So I think that's a big benefit for us as well.
Leon, well, you're muted, so I'll just say,
Go ahead, John.
I was initially very much concerned about how much added disturbance between the 50 and the 100. But I have to say that the advanced IA system goes a long way in my mind, in the way of mitigation. I'm much less impressed with, some plantings. I am impressed with cutting the nitrates that are going into the wetland. So I think that's a very important plus for this project, although it's a big project in terms of disturbance between the 50 and the 100.
Our regulations allow 5,000 between the 0 and 100, and this is over 6. So I would like to see this scaled back a little bit, so I'm more comfortable with approving it. Yeah, the advanced system is great, but the amount of coverage in the buffer zone is almost the entire buffer zone is covered. I mean, a lot of it's covered now, but a lot more would be covered with this plan.
Is the patio hardscape? Is it going to be having a lot of runoff?
The patio would either be stone on a dry laid base, or it could possibly be like a wood patio. But if it's stone, I don't know if you maybe weren't able to see the existing patio, but the existing patio is, stone with open joints in between. So either way, it would allow runoff it would be pervious.
Actually, this is Roland. The current patio has mortar between the bluestone. So as far as making it more pervious, this would be an improvement. And really, if you look at I know it's just the addition of the house isn't that big an addition as far as a footprint. It's really doing over inside the pool area. And then also, I guess, and the other thing is I'm willing to, any gutters we can have going to dry wells, out of the 100. So I'd be willing to, do any of that stuff to make, also right now it's a lawn. So I know we haven't been fertilizing over there, but having a lawn probably isn't such a great thing as compared to having, the vegetation, natural vegetation. And also there is a road between it. And we also would be very careful, and we could do double layers of silt fence if you want, or just to make sure that, you know, we do a good job and we put the thing back together without having the construction do any damage.
So in addition to the amount of building coverage, there's also the road is disturbed area.
We won't be disturbing the road. Right now, it's a road and it has some shells on it. Before, there was chunks of tar. I think it was tarred at one point.
Right, but
that road's
the road still
That-
counts as disturbed area.
It's shown,
it's
it is
been-
shown,
That is included, and that road provides access to the abutting property.
When you say it's included, it's not in the site coverage calculations.
It's
Because
show-
drive,
drive.
but that's not added in, right? There's 686 within the 50. And then 485 in the 100. So that's
The 680
over 1,000 in a disturbed area.
The 686 square feet of drive within the 50-foot buffer is that, that portion of the driveway that's on this property.
That road's been there, I'm guessing, for 170 years, because the house next door, which we own, has an antique house, same era as this one here.
But the calculation includes that roadway, so it is included.
That's correct.
Why would that be included? Because, I mean, hopefully, I guess, that's just as far as if a piece of equipment, we could bring the equipment around. I guess it comes down to is just possibly would be disturbed during construction. Is that why it's included?
No, Roland, I think it's just included in the existing disturbance on the lot. So Barbara was concerned that the disturbance exceeds the 5,000 square feet of allowable disturbance per the regulation. And Michael was saying that that drive wasn't included in the disturbance shown on the plan, but Stephanie confirmed that it is shown in
Oh, I
the
see.
disturbance on the plan in the calculations.
I see.
So are there any parts of this project that are less high priority for you?
Less high priority. Yeah, can we get rid of the nitrogen reducing septic tank?
Are you being facetious?
Yeah, I'm only joking.
Can you move the pool out of the, so that less of it's in the area that we have to protect?
You know, the problem is, when I bought the property, you know, the pool was already in that area. Actually, we're turning the pool around and making it go. A lot of the, you know, half the pool I think is going to be out of the 100. And then there's a studio right next to it. So it's, I mean, it would be really nice to have, you know, the pool right there because it's next to the house. You can see the water, even though it's not ocean, you know, it's a sort of an area to gather. I mean, it's, you know, it's like a natural place to put it.
Or
the
less,
barbecue, the
less
barbecue,
hardscape around it. Or
well,
put,
if we're gonna,
put
what I
the
would think
grill
about,
pavilion someplace else. I'm just trying to give you some.
no, that's
suggestions.
fine. The barbecue pavilion, all it is I mean, I have a manufacturing company and we've been making rotisserie barbecue grills. So I'm more into, you know, so I'm not, I mean, I've considered becoming a vegetarian, so it's not like I'm desperate to barbecue, but it just, you know, I was just thinking it would be cool to have an area where you could, you know, clean stuff, bring stuff, you know, inside the house. Anyway, I think if I was going to give up something, how about my wife?
Leon,
Again,
before
he's
we
being
go
Yeah.
in that direction,
Yeah,
I
don't
think
wanna
what
go there.
Barbara, I'm looking at the map, I mean, at the plans.
Mhm.
I think what Barbara was suggesting, which I think is from the homeowner's point of view, the easiest to keep basically what they want, where the pool is sitting, move the pool back toward the shed so that more of the pool is out of the the 100-foot buffer zone. And that way, if you do move enough of the pool and the patio away from, out of the 100-foot area, then that's going to take care of a lot of the problem, which is you're over what you can, the
How about-
disturbance is over what you're allowed.
Yeah.
So moving the pool back gives you your pool. You don't have to do a radical transformation, just move the pool back and maybe reduce the patio part that's on the wetland side of the pool. And that, may solve your problem, given the fact that you're also putting in an AI system.
Yeah. I mean, you know what it is? I'm just trying to like make it look so it's, architecturally, it just seems normal. How about if I can move my barbecue pavilion somewhere else in the property? We could take that out of there because, I mean, if I did have a sink there, it was going to be tied into the septic, but I could get rid of that.
All right, that's 378 square feet. So it's there, but you still need to reduce a little bit more.
Well, but can't we, don't we, should, if the road next to it is included in the total footage, I mean, that's something that we could take into account, I think.
The road's been there for
comment
170
on
years.
that?
Yeah.
The only coverage that's within the 50-foot buffer is that that section of the road that crosses the Latender's property. So it's as you're looking at the plan due northeast of the addition, where you along the property line, it says south 56 degrees 1 minute 21 seconds. It's that little section of the driveway, of the abutter's driveway, that is the 686 square feet of coverage within the 50-foot buffer. Everything on the Latender's property is outside of the 50-foot buffer.
So if we
So can we kind of ignore that square footage?
well, that's square footage that we can't change, right? So it doesn't make sense to contemplate changing that. But if Roland is willing to give up the proposed grill pavilion, and we can hear from Teresa and maybe see what she's proposing, then we're 300, maybe 200 and some odd square feet away from the 5,000. So I think we should maybe hear from Teresa at this point and see what she's proposing.
And we get the AIA system. Yes.
Thanks, everybody. Good evening. I'm Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design. I just want to quickly run through the mitigation plan that's being proposed because I do think it will have, it will provide a significant improvement to protection of the wetland resource area. So existing conditions on the site along the edge of the bordering vegetated wetland within the 50-foot buffer zone on the other side of the driveway that you've just been discussing. We have a mix of native and invasive vegetation, but the area is quickly being overrun by mainly Asiatic bittersweet throughout that area. There are significant number of native plants. We've sort of outlined the community that's the native plant community in our land management plan, if you had an opportunity to read that. But what we're proposing to do in that area that's shaded in green on our plan is to remove the invasive vegetation that's currently girdling and damaging the existing native trees that are along that area, and then replant that entire area with native vegetation. That's about 8,000 square feet of management area, 8,780 square feet of management area. Additionally, within the 50-foot buffer zone on the property located at 135, we're proposing 13,660 square feet of vegetation planting. So that's removal of lawn, planting native vegetation. And the reason that I think this is important is because if you've been to the site, you see it slopes down very quickly in that portion of the yard. And there's currently nothing there to help slow water down, help it to infiltrate into the groundwater and then filter before it reaches the wetland resource area. So by removing that existing lawn and planting out that entire 50-foot buffer, with the exception of the roadway, obviously, that you've just discussed, and then a small walkway to allow the property owners access, the entire 50-foot buffer will be planted with native vegetation. In addition to that, that native vegetation goes beyond the 50-foot buffer into the 100-foot buffer, particularly on the eastern side of the property where it slopes very steeply, and there's currently no vegetation there to help slow that water down and help it infiltrate. So we're proposing 278 native shrubs. We're also proposing 5 trees to be added to this plan, as well as a number of fern species to help fill in the ground cover layer. We are proposing to seed any of the bare soils that are, or any soils that may be exposed after invasive species management with a FACWet obligate wetland seed mix containing enough sedges and rushes, as well as wildflower species appropriate to this particular site. So I think that the 22,440 square feet of vegetation restoration and removal of lawn and replanting of native vegetation will actually have a significant improvement on the quality of the resource area. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Is somewhere in your plan, the survival rates, is that somewhere?
We plan for a 10% or less mortality rate. So so it's not written specifically in the plan, but a 90% plus survival rate is not to be unexpected. This is what our goal is on all of our projects.
Are there any other comments from the members of the commission?
Yeah, I'm the green area. When we were out there, that's a pretty wild area. How are you managing that to change it without effectively altering it as a habitat for animals and birds and whatever that presently occupy that area? I mean, I'm not sure that, I mean, not to be too critical, your mitigation is not so much mitigating as changing it to make it more aesthetically appealing to the people who live in the house. Are we actually changing the environment in a way that improves it for animals and as a habitat for animals and insects and birds, etc.?
Yeah.
And how are you getting that existing poison ivy and bitterroot and whatever is in there out?
So the main species of management concern here is Asiatic bittersweet. The bittersweet's girdling the existing trees. It's covering the existing native vegetation. There's a really solid native plant community in there. There's clethra, there's highbush blueberry, there's several species of viburnum that are in there, as well as the existing native trees that are currently being girdled and smothered by the bittersweet. The poison ivy and the greenbrier are, this came up in an earlier conversation, they're native plant species that can be aggressive, but so the management goal is not to eradicate those, just to prevent them from taking over the area while the management is underway. But the bittersweet is the main plant of concern. It is an invasive species. It does displace and outcompete existing native vegetation. Without management in time, this area will become nothing but Asiatic bittersweet. The trees will be girdled and die. And so we think we have an opportunity here to selectively manage bittersweet. We're not talking about coming in and brush mowing or flail mowing this site. We're selectively cutting the bittersweet vine, applying a wetland approved systemic herbicide directly to the cut vine. Some of the cut vine in this, some of the bittersweet vine in here is really significant with, vines that are quite large. So easy to cut, treat, We allow the vines that are currently in the trees to biodegrade, and then we carefully remove them from the existing native vegetation. So all native vegetation is to remain intact. There may be some regenerative pruning that's going to be required after we remove the bittersweet. We assess the health of the existing native vegetation. If there's some pruning that's required, we undertake that and allow that vegetation to regenerate. And then we're just basically plugging any holes that are left behind after the bittersweet removal with additional native vegetation to increase the health of that buffer. So I would say that it is a huge improvement for wildlife habitat. Once the bittersweet is removed, yes, bittersweet does provide some cover habitat. Certainly it provides some forage habitat. Unfortunately, what that means is the birds eat the berries off this bittersweet and then drop it in other places. So it's much preferable to provide higher quality native plant species for that kind of habitat value.
Does that answer your question, John?
Yeah.
Are there any other concerns or questions from anybody? That doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm willing to accept this if the grill pavilion is removed and the AI system goes in. Not excited about how much disturbance there is, but I think the combination of the AI system and the removal of the grill, which does remove some of the area of disturbance, is enough for me to give a reluctant yes.
Yeah, and can I add on to John with
Absolutely. Go for it.
there was mention of pervious pervious surface for the patio as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. So the conditions are the barbecue pavilion goes away, and we put IA, or the IA stays in, and we use a permeable, make the patio permeable so that water sinks in the ground. Is that correct, as far as what we're asking?
And what about my wife?
I'm sorry. You're stuck with it. Can't help
Oh,
you.
I have one more question.
Okay.
It's outside our area, but the proposed shower, how is that? What are you?
We can do is we can hook that into the septic.
I'm gonna just say, that's not necessarily a preferable solution because
Okay.
you don't have a roof over it, do you?
No.
So you're just adding an awful lot of,
We'll do the wood chip thing then.
that sounds
Okay.
like a better plan.
Okay.
All right. All right. So I'm hearing wood chips, barbecue, and permeable patio.
Is there no way to reduce the hardscape a little bit more? Well,
That's up to
I'll
you.
leave that up to them. I probably won't vote for this just because I think there's still too much
Okay.
coverage.
Yeah.
Well, if,
But
you know,
I like the improvements that I'm hearing. I think be very close.
Well, when you say minimize the hardscape, I mean, there was one look I just saw in the pools where they have like 3x3 stones, and then they have like, a few inch gap around it. So there's plenty of area for the water to drain. Is that what your concern is?
It's still the square footage of the hardscape. I'm not an expert on how things drain, whether there should be grass in between the pavers, whether there should be stone underneath them. I just don't know. It's just, I'm sort of a stickler to our regulations, and this project is over our allowable square footage of disturbance.
can,
I
Stephanie, can I just provide you the final numbers. If the pavilion is eliminated, Hillary was very close. We end up at 5, ignoring the driveway that crosses the property. We're at 5,318 square feet. So it is just 318 square feet over your 5,000 square foot limit. But in return, you're getting, I forget what the numbers Teresa was talking about, some 20,000 square feet, I think, of restoration plus the IA improvement to the existing septic system.
It's the enhanced IA, so I think that's more bang for our buck
Right.
than just the innovative.
Right. So I propose that we accept this with those conditions.
And I second that.
Just
Okay.
before you vote, I have one more comment. Stephanie, on the plan, I don't see a dry well for the pool to drain the pool into. Can you cite that on there outside the 100-foot and over 100 feet away from the well when you resubmit the plan that doesn't have the grill pavilion on it, please?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, great, because we'll need that for Board of Health too.
Okay.
And can I add, just qualify the requirement for porous pavers, that it's not just that you're having a space between the pavers, but that there's no hardener underneath either.
Right, you don't want us to put it on a bed of cement. No, I get that. It'll be, I guess, what, like 3/8 pea stone or something like that, so it'll drain.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics, but
As the surface or as?
No, I'm saying as underneath. You want it so that it's pervious and the water can make it to the ground.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
we don't want
We
it to
can-
pool and then run down the hill.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, back to the vote, sorry.
Yes, and we have a motion and a second. I vote yes. John, how do you vote?
Yes.
Marty?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Barbara?
I'll abstain because you have the vote. You don't need
Well, you
me.
can say no, but you don't.
No, I'll just hold off.
Okay, and Michael?
Yes.
All right. I think you have a go forward position. It's a very beautiful place.
Okay.
It doesn't seem, it seems more like the Poconos than Wellfleet. but-
And
It's
for
quite a
those
place
who
you got there.
voted, that's Form 3, and we need a supervisor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
You can put me down as the supervisor for that. Hillary.
We need a supervisor. You want me to supervise it?
Oh, I'd love you.
Leon, Leon just offered.
I was
to.
going to volunteer, but I'd love
Oh,
you.
then by all means, Leon, yes.
I'll do it. I need more
Drag the
experience.
file back up. I just threw it on the ground. I'm adding you.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the Rusk application. I believe they are on the line. They were. on-
Yes, Rusk joined in. Bill
Right,
and
got it.
Cheryl.
All right, so this is 20 Cove Road, map 25, parcel 32, and RDA. Sounds like an after the fact, cleared 25-foot by 100-foot invasive black locust weeds, shrubs, added 32 yards clary hardening and 56 yards of ABC hardening and grading. Have we been out to this site?
Yes, we
Yes.
went out,
Yes.
Yeah.
but it was very difficult because it had already happened to figure out
Yes,
what was
right.
going on.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. I got it. Oh, that's right. Where are we gonna go with this?
We should have Bill and Cheryl take themselves off mute so they can talk with us.
Yep. Mr. and Mrs. Russ, you're muted, so we can't hear you.
I could just start with an overview while we're waiting for them. They need to take their iPad off of mute. in any case, we heard of this violation. We went out and conducted an inspection. We sent our standard typical letter and we heard back from the property owners. When we spoke with them, they were fully unaware that their property was in the ACEC. That's the only resource area that they're in. I thought for sure it may be in the flood zone, but when we pulled that up on the Mass Mapper, it was not shown. Obviously, the ACEC isn't shown on their site plan either, because that was from 1998. So this was an honest to goodness mistake. To the best of my knowledge, after speaking with them, I do not believe that they knowingly violated our regulations. And since they were notified, they have been highly compliant in getting an application into us. So with that, I think we can hear from them.
Aye.
Are you ready? Okay. Are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Ah, good.
We, like she said, we had no idea about that we had to file anything to do work down there. What I originally wanted was every year I had to go down there and cut out all the black locust bushes that come up. And you can see in the photos, it doesn't even do it justice because that was at the beginning of the summer where it took one of the photos. They grow so fast. Every year I was taking 4 or 5 pickup truck loads of brush out of there just to put my boat in there. And, you know, backing it in, and I was getting flat tires from the thorns and stuff like that. So I talked to an excavator and he said, the only way you're going to keep the black locust out of there is to dig it all out and to put down some hardening stuff so it won't come up through. And that was the whole goal, was to do that. So I don't have to go down there every year to clean that out. And had we known that we had to file for anything, we would have filed and gone before the commission beforehand. And but we had no idea.
Understand.
So this property is fairly open. As a mitigation, would you be open to planting low-growing native species?
Well, above we cleared out a little spot above. We were going to plant. We want to plant stuff that's good for the bees and the
As much native as we
as
can.
much native stuff and good for the bees and butterflies and stuff like that.
But did you mean down where we cleared it? Would we plant down there?
No, it doesn't have to be in the same place, but somewhere on your property as a mitigation.
Right, we're actually planting, I just met with somebody today. We're looking at along the lower deck, putting a whole garden in there of native plants, flowering plants and low shrubs. I don't know if that would meet what you're asking. I didn't think of it as a mitigation thing. It's just something we wanted to do on the property. We're slowly trying to clean up the area and make it, you know, presentable and have it, but still have it be very, very receptive to birds and insects. As you can tell, if you've been out here, I've got bird feeders everywhere, and we have bluebirds again this year. So it's really our thought is to make it as hospitable to native species as we can.
So
But
do
if
you have
you
a
want some-
square footage of the amount of that you're proposing to plant?
No, but it's, well, I don't have it yet. It's 36 feet long.
It's 36 feet long
And
by
the-
however far.
Well,
We could go out up to 10 feet if we wanted to, but you usually don't make a garden that, you know,
Yeah,
a
the woman
garden
that,
that big.
the woman that came out today suggested we go probably 4 feet and then do some, you know, curving, not have a straight garden, but add some curves to it. And so I don't know what the total square footage would be. This is the first estimate we're getting. But I plan to get a couple of more as well and hope to get that in as soon as possible.
But in addition to the garden, there's a lot of open space, isn't there, between your house and where the boat is?
Yes.
Yes, it's all grass right now. On either side, there's shrubs going down on either side, but there is a big open area. And that's where the septic system is.
Well, you don't want to disturb the septic, but you could certainly put in low-growing shrubs in a lot of that area.
Good. We hadn't thought of it. We hadn't
Yeah.
talked about it, but we could put some shrubbery in there.
We were actually gonna maybe down the road, put in like, some of those, what do you call them? To do like vegetables, the raised beds, in that open area, just to, plant some tomatoes and stuff like that. But that wouldn't be this year.
Yeah, I don't think tomatoes are a native species.
Yeah,
No,
that
they're
is-
not.
that is
And
easy.
that's not considered mitigation either, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Leon,
Yes,
Leon?
yes,
Yeah, I think what we need is a fairly extensive plan that we can evaluate, because this, I'm very sympathetic to the homeowners, well, I'm sort of sympathetic to the homeowners not realizing that they couldn't do this, but they did it, and they did a lot. I mean, they hardened the driveway, they, cut down trees, and they needed a permit for this. So the mitigation can't be just a few shrubs and a few plants. It has to be a fairly extensive mitigation. And it's true that black locusts are invasive. They've been here for 200 plus years, or close to 300 years. So they're not exactly, recent immigrants.
They just spread.
And they're trees. And if you're gonna, cut down a tree, I want to see a tree replaced.
The only,
So-
go ahead.
So I'd like to see something in the way of a more detailed plan than what we've got. In terms of mitigation.
We didn't cut down any trees. The only thing that we cut down was they had thorns on them. So when these locusts.
Okay, so
come
they
up
were
and
young
they-
locusts, yeah.
Yeah,
Young
so
locusts.
they're like a bush. That's what I was cutting down every year.
yeah.
Um,
Well, it
That's why it's a bush, because you were cutting it down every year.
wasn't becoming a tree.
Yeah,
Right.
but you said you cut down, cleared 25 by 100 area of these shrubs.
Yeah.
So that's
it-
what, 2,500 square feet?
Yeah, but it wasn't like totally overgrown. It was, a lot of that was grass too. I mean, I was still able to put my boat in there.
Right. It wasn't like a forest.
It
It
wa-
was, there were.
I understand that.
there's-
I'm just going from what you put in your application.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, it wasn't like it was like Cheryl said, a forest down there. Like I'd cut down those locust things and I'd still be able to, put my boat back in there.
I'm not objecting to the fact that, those locusts are nasty. And they'll puncture a tire. I know that. What we're just saying is we want to see what you're going to do. I'm a little worried that we start with where we're going to do some plantings and then we're drifting into a raised bed with tomatoes. That has nothing to do with mitigation. That's,
Well,
that
what
is
would
a
you like? A
disturbed
couple
area.
of trees or something put down there?
I mean, I guess we're not sure what mitigation typically includes. So maybe some explanation of that could help us figure out where to do it and what we should do.
Can we provisionally approve this RDA and have the homeowners work with the conservation agent on a mitigation plan? I don't think we have to micromanage the mitigation as long
Yeah,
as
we
there's
shouldn't
a
do
acceptable plan. Because we don't really know this, how much was taken away. So we can't give them a number like you have to do 100 square feet of mitigation because we don't know that 100 square feet was removed. So I would be happy to just grant this RDA if they work with someone to come up with a mitigation plan that seemed acceptable. I'm throwing more work on Hillary
Yeah.
here, but I can't design a mitigation plan or approve one because we don't know how much was disturbed.
I'm happy to work with Bill and Cheryl.
I
Thank you,
agree
Helen.
with you, Barbara. I agree with you.
It seems like an acceptable plan to me.
So is that a motion, Barbara?
Yes, I move we approve the RDA for Rusk with the provision that they work with the conservation agent and come up with a suitable mitigation plan.
Okay. I'll second that.
Okay. John, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Marty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
and Michael.
Yes.
Form 2.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, if we had known ahead of time, we definitely would have come before you. We're now living in Wellfleet. We've been here for 5 years, and we definitely would have checked in with the board had we understood that it was going to fall into the area that there was concern. So our apologies, and we will work with Hillary.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was a Form
2.
And it's a -3, I believe.
It's in the ACEC, so it's a -2.
-2, okay.
Okay, we're now ready to look at Foley, 10 Irene's Way, map 42, parcel 24 in RDA. Add a 10 by 24-foot deck to north side of house using 4 diameter footings.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes, go ahead.
I have not seen any of the plans, and obviously being in Florida, I didn't have the chance to do a site visit. So I really feel as if I should just, since there's enough of a quorum to continue, that I'd like to remove myself from the meeting.
Yep, that sounds fine, Marty. Thank you for attending.
Thank you for coming
Marty, we
earlier,
needed you.
Marty.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Put another few shrimp on the Barbie. Okay, so is there somebody to speak to? Foley?
Jed is here. He's right in the middle.
Yeah,
of the screen.
I'm here. Can you hear me? I believe.
Oh, yes, I see you. Yes, I
Okay.
can. Thank you. So why don't you describe the project, please?
So I'm doing some work to the house. As you can see, when I built the house, I tried to use as little pressure treated wood as I could. Those steps are rotting off. I'm doing some other work to the house, and I figured this was a good time to add a small deck. By the way, I stopped by the office today to speak to Hillary to find out, what time this meeting was and how it was being conducted. And she did mention that you guys had concerns about the stairs on the marsh side of the house. But I said that when I came to the Conservation Commission to get permission to build the house, we held it back so that even the bulkhead portion of the foundation was outside of the 50-foot buffer. So in my planning, I just said, as long as I keep those steps to the other side, within the bulkhead, then they would not be within the 50-foot buffer. And Hillary had a scale in the office, and it looks like that is accurate. That it is
accurate. There's a slight jog on the top of the bank that goes down there, so the stairs are actually just outside.
And when you talk about stairs, you're talking about 2 steps. It's a very.
I think
the steps coming down from the deck.
Yeah, it might be 3.
Okay.
But it will. I measured out enough that if I need 3 steps, I have the room to have it, and it will still be shy. A couple feet shy actually of that edge of the bulkhead. So that's how I determined that I would be staying, outside of the 50-foot buffer.
Okay, well, in that case, I think this is a very modest project. It's not hardscape. It's a deck, which I'm assuming has drainage through it.
Yes, and
yes.
no plastic. It's going to be
Okay.
mahogany.
So I would move that we approve it. People can discuss it, but I would also like to see the total coverage, which I don't see on this plan, with the house, the drive, and the deck as just part of the filing. I don't think you're
Yes,
over.
I didn't understand that. I only gave you the coverage, the new coverage that I'm creating.
Right, yeah, so just that just gets filed. I don't think you're over our 5,000 square foot limit by any means.
No, the
So,
footprint of the house is 1,000 square feet.
Right.
So this adds another 258.
Right, and it's, okay.
I
I'll
had
second
one,
that.
I
Go
had
ahead,
one
Michael.
question before we vote. So
Yeah.
are you planning at all to have any sort of an outside shower or wash station?
No, I'm not. No. And you know, maybe someday, but if I do, I'll make sure I come to you guys. I was told quite clearly, you know, when I built the house, that if I so much as trimmed a tree or a bush, that I was to come get permission. So if I do ever consider that, I will get a permit and come before you guys.
Good man, good man.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and it's been seconded. Anybody else have any comments before we vote? All right, John, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Barbara?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
And Michael?
Yes.
Okay, that is approved.
Form 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I missed one here.
Yeah, you did.
It did.
I'm sorry.
Weissman and Durham.
Yeah, I did. Weissman,
Weissman.
Dorman. Weissman?
Weissman.
Sorry.
I was
Go
starting
on.
to panic. I thought I somehow missed it.
Well, I was jumping around a little bit, which is something I try not to do. But,
It's been a long night.
yeah. Okay, so this is at 100 Fox Island Road, map 28, parcel 228, RDA, to replace a well serving existing dwelling, abandoning an existing cesspool, and install a new building sewer. Okay,
Yes.
Laura, could you describe
Yes.
this for us, please?
Yes, good evening. For the record, I'm Laura Schofield from Schofield Brothers. I'm here tonight representing Stephen Weissman. Mr. Weissman wanted to be here tonight, but he's a commissioner on the Framingham Conservation Commission, and they are meeting tonight as well. So he's not able to be here. This project is a voluntary septic system upgrade. There is a 3-bedroom cottage on this lot. It was built in 1964. Currently, the cesspool is served by a single cesspool, which is in the 50-foot buffer zone. 106 Fox Island Road is just shy of 20,000 square feet, and it's located across the road from a salt marsh. The buffer zone to the salt marsh overlaps about half of the property and half of the house. We also have land subject to coastal storm flowage that overlaps the frontage of the property along the road, and that's delineated by the 14-foot contour. And we also have the Wellfleet Harbor ACEC that overlaps a great deal of the property, with the exception of the northern triangle of the property that's outside of the ACEC. So as I mentioned, this whole project is a voluntary septic system upgrade. The septic system itself has been designed outside of the ACEC, the buffer zones, to all the resource areas. Obviously, because the house is within your jurisdiction, we need the building sewer to connect the house to the septic system. So that part of the project falls within your jurisdiction. In order to comply with the well setback to the new septic system, a new well was required. So that's proposed in the southwest corner of the property. It should be fairly accessible to the well drilling rig to be able to install the well there. So the proposed well is part of the project that requires your approval. We'll also be abandoning the existing well, which is outside of the 100-foot buffer, but still within the ACEC. And there was one more part that I was going to ask for. Oh, abandoning the cesspool. How could I forget that? So yes, abandoning and filling the cesspool is the last part of the project before you tonight. So that's it. We have proposed erosion control to protect adjacent resource areas. And that's it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is this a Title V?
It is a Title V.
So as a member of the Framingham Conservation Commission, are they pushing advanced IA systems?
Not in Framingham. I do not believe so.
Would he be sympathetic to upgrading to that?
We had this conversation. So the upgrade of the cesspool for them between the new well and the new septic system is a tremendous cost as it is. I feel that the project before you is a tremendous improvement over existing conditions. It meets the current regulations. And the situation on this property right now, it's a seasonal dwelling that doesn't have any heat. So in the winter, the pipes are drained and the house is completely shut down. So to be having an innovative alternative technology here, just running on electricity for, I don't know, 6 or 7 months out of the year when no one's there, seems excessive, I guess, or not the best property for an innovative alternative. I think they do better when there's people living there year round.
It's
The
outside
other-
the 100-foot buffer, right?
Yes. Well, everything is outside of the 100-foot buffer with respect to the new septic system. I think one more thing that's important here with respect to nitrogen loading is that this lot, other than the house itself, is all vegetated with native vegetation. There's not really any lawn areas here or anything like that. The existing footprint of alteration, including the ACEC, is 1,500 square feet plus right now, including the new water line that goes up to 1,730. So that's well below your threshold for alteration. So for those reasons, it was not included in our proposal.
Any,
Yeah.
John, you have something to say?
Yeah. We went out to this property and you can stand on the property and practically spit to the wetland. And it's uphill from the wetland and a new Title V is not going to address the problem of nitrates going into that system. The town of Wellfleet has subsidies for people putting in an advanced IA system. I think it's a good idea to put in a new well, but I'm at this point, if you're moving from a cesspool to a Title V, what the wetlands are gaining is not that significant compared to putting in an advanced IA system. And given the fact that the town's willing to subsidize to put it in, I feel that I would be irresponsible not requiring it. And so I can only vote for this if they will consider an advanced IA system.
But what about the technical discussion about that in a predominantly dormant house, that might not work out?
That's the studies, according to Scott Horsley, who is the expert on this, that's there was some concern that that would be a significant factor in the efficiency of these systems, and it's not proving to be that detrimental to have the house not be occupied in the winter months. So it's not like the system loses its efficiency because it's not being used all the time.
I don't
Go ahead.
think that this property is eligible to take advantage of the funds that Wellfleet makes available. The Nitro and the Nitrex are piloting systems. And so unless you have a property that can totally and completely comply with Title V, you're not eligible for that permit. While I can design a maximum feasible compliant system here, that includes the 10,000 square feet of lot area per bedroom. So this system right here, and I could probably even design a reserve area here as well, but that certain part of the code prohibits a lot of the properties that you'd like to see connected to an IA from being able to take advantage of that financial scenario. Is there, and I know that the nitrogen's not the only piece of the environmentally friendly aspect of that. To have something, personally, I like the Advantex system, but having something plugged in and using electricity for 6 months out of the year when there's no nitrogen going into the system because no one can be there because the house doesn't have heat seems difficult. I'm wondering does the board ever entertain the idea of a deed restriction that says if the house ever is converted to full-time use, that then an innovative alternative would be appropriate?
I'm not sure we can make that kind of a stipulation, can we, Hillary? You're muted, Hillary.
Sorry, we could condition it.
I mean, that was something I was wondering about because Laura's saying now the house doesn't get a lot of use and it's not heated, but a lot of people like Wellfleet well enough that they end up retiring here. They put heat in their houses and they do spend a lot of time here, except when they go to Florida. So, I mean, that can change. That's now. So I like that idea of conditioning. I wish we had more teeth to require this, but we don't have that regulation in place. So I like the idea of conditioning it the way Laura just.
That's a good idea, Laura.
I mean, it's a compromise. I know it's not ideal. I like John's point of view, but I think that legally we can't require what the best system is for this property.
That's true.
I feel like that addresses your concerns because when the house is closed, there is no nitrogen going into the ground. So, and if it ever does become a year-round house, then I think that's appropriate to consider adding it.
And one other thing, could the system you put in be retrofitted? Could a component be put in here to make it have the advanced technology?
I think so. We could either add another tank or something like that.
Right. So if it were constructed in a way that allowed that without having a completely new system, I think that I would feel better too.
So we consider this as kind of a conditional partial implementation of what we'd like to see finally if it were fully occupied, that it is modular enough that it can be upgraded without a complete redo. Is that what I'm hearing? Laura?
Yes, I think depending on which technology was chosen, you might have to switch out the tank or something like that. But ideally, you keep the leaching area and just, and you might even be able to add a smaller tank next to that one. It depends on which technology you choose to.
Do you need to go back to your clients to discuss this with them?
They're amenable to a deed restriction. That
Mhm.
at what point in
Right.
time the house becomes year round, that they'll add a nitrogen.
Okay.
increasing.
Go ahead, John.
You may, I mean, you may, shouldn't cater to me, but I want some specificity about the deed restriction, saying year round. So someone puts heat in, but is not there, and they're in Florida in January, so it's not year round. I want some specificity of how many months it can be occupied. And then if that changes, that's a trigger for they can't go to more than that period of time without installing the IA system.
Yeah,
That
I
has to
don't
be
like,
spelled
I don't
out.
like the idea of restricting an owner from staying in his house.
What if we just specify if the property goes to year-round use or is winterized?
I think that would always trigger some kind of building permit.
Yeah.
And it's gonna come to you and you're gonna look in the file and go, oop.
Yeah,
Okay, so it has to, if they winterize it,
then it
or
has to go to the IA or the enhanced IA, yes.
or
And
put in heat.
that makes sense if someone, then, because then you can come down for Thanksgiving or whatever, and then it's in place.
So I would like to say winterized with heat. So if they put a heating system in, that triggers it.
Got it.
I think that's a good compromise for us.
Yeah, especially since that was being used as the primary reason not to have an IA system. I think it is. Okay, is that a motion, John?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Barbara seconds it.
All right, John, how do you vote?
Reluctantly, yes.
Reluctantly, you got it all you wanted. Jeez.
Well,
I vote
not-
yes. Leon votes yes. Barbara, how do you vote?
Reluctantly, yes again.
There's a lot of reluctance this late at night.
I know.
Benjamin, how do you feel about it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Michael?
I have to recuse because the trust is a butter.
Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, then, but we still have a quorum, so that is a go with the conditions as described.
Form 2.
Form 2 again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm
Good
sorry
night.
you had to wait until extra time.
That's okay.
Didn't mean to cause a
I'm just
momentary
looking
panic.
at,
And Wesley Price isn't here.
just glad I didn't miss it.
You did miss.
Okay, good
You did
night.
good.
Good
All
night.
right. Good night. All right, one more, I think. Solomon. No, I think the second one's being continued, isn't it? The last one?
Yes.
Solomon is supposed to be on. I'm calling him now to see where he is.
All right. And
In the
Kevin is going to,
In the
Continue.
meantime, I move that we continue Cavaness till the next meeting.
Hi, Wesley. This
Second.
is Hillary calling from the
A
Health and
second.
Conservation Office. We have you on the agenda for tonight, and it is your turn for the hearing.
John,
Yes,
how do you vote?
yes.
This is to continue. Okay. Leon says yes. Barbara,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
and Michael.
Yes.
Okay, so we got one more.
Oh, geez. Okay, well, can you hop on now? If you go to the meeting calendar, it's right on the town website.
This one's almost a no-brainer.
It's conservation, not Board of Health. Did anybody let you in, or were you just hanging in cybers?
Why don't you ever call in? This shouldn't take a long time.
All right, I just emailed you the link. If you could hop on, we are waiting for you. Thank you. So this guy drove to town hall to meet with us
Mhm.
and then was waiting in a meeting room, the other meeting room.
Oh,
So,
oh, you mean for the original posting?
yeah,
Okay, poor guy.
there we go.
All righty.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry I am late.
Take it away, Wesley.
Go ahead, Wesley. Tell us all about this.
Good evening. So the project that we're working on here, or attempting to work on here for Frank and Victoria Solomon at 40 Riverview Road is to build a sun porch, a screen sun porch that's off of their existing deck. When I say off, I mean within the footprint of their existing deck. And so we're presenting it as it does fall in conservation jurisdiction, and hoping that we can get a unanimous approval for tonight's meeting.
Yeah, we were out there this morning.
Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes,
We had the one question about the concrete block retaining wall. Is that staying and the posts are going behind it, in front of it? What does this actually look like?
So there's no change to the retaining wall that's there. The actual posts on the deck posts are going to stay as they are, where they are. I am going to remove all the deck boards on the existing deck, and instead of sinking sonotubes in the ground there, we're going to use helical piles. So a little bit less invasive and less disturbance of the ground.
To clarify, the the part of the deck that's over the retaining wall, the pillars for that will remain.
That is correct. Yes, John.
That's the diamond piers that you're talking about, the diamond foot things. Will be,
no, actually, what I'm referring to, so diamond piers are a little bit different. Diamond piers are a precast concrete square.
I didn't mean diamond pier. I know what you meant. Yeah.
What's that?
So there's the sonotubes. Are you referring to, John?
No, I was referring to the diamond pier footings, as I thought what you were talking about.
So a helical footing and a diamond pier are different in the sense. So helical is like a corkscrew.
Okay.
And essentially it's just turned into the soil, very little disturbance.
Okay.
A diamond pier uses
right.
pins.
I know. Yeah. So you with your helical,
yeah.
They are going. They will not be where the retaining wall is, but on the other side of the deck.
They're going to be basically centered within the existing deck. About I don't know, 5 or 6 feet probably from the existing retaining wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's we were concerned. We didn't know what was happening to the retaining wall since there was pillars on that, but they'll remain then.
Yeah, I'm not going to change the existing deck framing.
Okay.
I'm actually going to sister joists to some of the existing deck, but not change any of the support net system.
Okay,
So-
we have one other question, and then I think this, for me, this is fine. We need something done with the outdoor shower.
Okay.
Because the outdoor shower, it's right on top of the edge of the bank. There's clearly nothing underneath it, so you're getting soap and all the runoffs right into the resource. So
Okay.
what we're looking for is underneath this, a dry well with wood chips that absorb the nitrogen. It's not a big project, but it makes a big difference in terms of how much nitrogen comes out and off people's bodies into the wetland.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be a condition.
It looks like you have to cut a piece of the deck underneath the shower to do that.
Yeah,
Just a
we'll be,
small patch.
And I
Yeah.
have one other thing. This
Please.
porch is going to have a roof. What kind of drainage system are you going to have? Runoff off the roof? Are you going to have, what will happen there?
actually had not discussed having any type of gutters. There's no gutters in the main house, as it currently exists. So we're gonna just leave it to match the main house. We're not changing I guess there's gonna be a drip line on the deck, but it's not gonna be any more water than was being shed initially. We're not sort of adding to the runoff, I guess. But so we didn't have any plans to do
Well, it
any.
does
gutters.
become directed though, at that point.
Yeah, it's pitched. There's going to be a pitched roof, I imagine. So
Yeah.
what do people put?
They can put
around
in a
it?
drip line. They can put
Drip
in a
line.
drip line, dig a trench with some stone around the project,
Yeah, I
just to
think
capture the water so it doesn't just run off in a big storm.
I would make that another condition.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, I appreciate the sensitivity there. This doesn't really lend itself to a drip line because it's within the footprint of the deck. So we're talking about water dripping underneath the deck and then absorbing into the ground below the deck. If I were to add a drip line, the water would already have percolated below ground level before it hit the drip line. So it wouldn't make any sense to do that.
Well, the problem is that whereas the rain falling on the deck, it's falling on all those square feet and sinking down, dripping down between the boards. With a roof over it, it's gathering all that stuff and directing it it'd be like a waterfall coming off of there. So you'd be increasing the amount of water hitting one place on the ground.
That is true.
You could maybe put a gutter on the roof and direct it to a centralized location and build a dry well.
He doesn't want to put in.
I mean, this is not a very large structure. I think the amount of water we're talking about is, I mean, in a heavy rain event, we're talking about a very small roof surface area relative to the surrounding area. I don't think it's not like we're taking the water off the entire building off the whole house. This is a 10 by 16 structure.
How big is the deck, Wesley?
The overall deck, the existing deck, I think it's in the neighborhood of 400 square feet.
What are the dimensions? The screen porch is 10 by 16. What are the
Yeah, I
dimensions?
don't have the dimensions off the top of my head on the deck, and I'm sorry that I don't have the plans in front of me. I was not prepared to. I thought the meeting was earlier, but
We have been meeting since 4 o'clock, if it's any consolation to you.
wow.
Yeah, things are tough all over, guys.
Can I just say, I mean, it's your call, but we want to say yes for this, but we are concerned about the runoff. If you can give us a solution to the runoff, rather than there's not that much to worry about, I think we want to say yes, but otherwise we're going to spend a lot of time talking about runoff.
I mean, I can talk about adding a gutter system to the building, but it's a natural cedar building with no gutters on it seems, I mean, there's no gutters on the house. I just don't know why we would be adding gutters to the sun porch. It just doesn't seem.
Because we weren't there when the house was permitted for the.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah, on the other hand, only about half of the new porch is within the 100. So it's not that much more roof coverage even in the 100.
Yeah, it's 16 by less than 16 by 7. I'd say the rafters gonna be roughly 7 to 8 feet. So let's say it's 8 by 16. We're talking about 128 square feet of roof. That's within the conservation jurisdiction.
I'm sorry, that the logic there baffles me. Our concern is what happens to the resource. And if the water coming off of the sun porch has a negative impact on the resource, if it originates the water outside of our jurisdiction, that doesn't change our concern that we've got water coming off the roof that we want
you got-
something done
forgive me
about.
for-
And we want to say yes to
John,
this.
if I may, we are talking about water. Is this correct? We're talking about water in a watershed? I'm not sure what we're trying to control here.
Erosion.
Erosion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's
I
the
mean-
reason that all the dry wells are around town for, is that. by being
Let's put it this way,
directed-
no projects today get approved without drip lines or gutters. So I think the simplest approach here is to mitigate the shower with the carbon source and put in a drip line for the sunroom. Quite frankly, otherwise we can keep.
Again, Hillary, a drip line is not the proper solution. The sunroom is in the center of a deck. I don't know where are you suggesting a drip line be located that it would actually have a functional reason to be there.
Well, I do not have a picture of what this structure looks like, so it's pretty tricky for me to tell you that. If you want to take the time to submit to us a drawing showing the specs for the sunroom where it sits upon the deck, I'm happy to look at it and help you design something. But absent that, I would leave it up to you to find a solution, whether it be a gutter going down to a dry well, which seems pretty simple to me on this new piece of the structure, or find a way to put in a drip line underneath the deck on the wetland side while you're digging your helical anchors. That would seem like the best solution, or submit the drawings and we'll have a look at it jointly. I mean, the choice is yours.
Again, we want to say yes here. So work with us. Don't fight us.
We're having a conversation, John. We're not having a fight.
So which way does the slope of the roof on the new covered porch go? Does it go away from the house, or does it?
The slope of the roof is perpendicular to the house, so it runs it sloped towards the downhill part of the wetland. I mean, I submitted all of the documentation that was requested for tonight's meeting. If I have to go back and submit more documentation, I mean, fine, but I prefer not to. There wasn't a floor plan that was requested to be submitted with this?
There's no drawing of the structure, what the structure looks
Right.
like, how it's gonna sit on the site plan. So it's impossible for us to
There's
design
no
for you
elevation for it.
a drip line or some type of dry well system without seeing that.
What was the request was what, a floor plan? I mean, what do you have in front of you? I'm sorry, I don't have the packet.
We have in front of us exactly what you submitted, which is an email, an application that it says install a 10 by 16 screen porch within the footprint of the side deck. We don't have a drawing of what that looks like. And then we have,
Do you have a site plan of the existing dwelling?
we have
Yes,
a
we do.
site plan from 1998.
Okay, is the deck on the site plan?
The deck is on the site plan.
Okay.
And there's a square showing a 10 by 16 proposed addition.
Okay, so that then is the
But
location.
it doesn't show us the roof line or the pitch is what we're saying, so we cannot
What-
design for you.
I mean, Hillary, what you just told me is you didn't have the information that now you are telling me you have, so.
No, I don't have a drawing. I don't have a drawing of what this screen porch looks like. I don't have a drawing of the roof line.
You have a drawing of the footprint, you know where it's located within the deck. So to speak to our previous question about the drip line, I think that can be answered relative to the information that you have in front of you.
I would put a drip line or a gutter to a rain barrel if I were in your shoes.
The axis of the long axis of the roof runs along the 16-foot line, if that's explanatory.
So if you had a gutter at the edge of that drained down in front of the house where it It's at the, right over the ground?
No, it's all water drops onto the deck. There's no water dropping onto the ground
If it's
outside.
dropping onto the deck, yeah, there's no water. If it's going to splash on the deck and then dribble through it, then we probably aren't. We are kind of chasing ourselves, I think. So, I'm getting tired. I want to get this over with. So where are we at on this? Nobody wants to say.
So what is under the deck?
Soil.
So if you put some gravel under that, that would disperse the water so it wouldn't erode?
Well, I mean, there's a giant retaining wall. If whoever made a site visit today, I don't know who it was, but whoever made the site visit, there is a timber retaining wall at the back side of the deck
Right.
that there's no erosion problems in this area at all.
Right. That's true. So the water's going to run down the roof. It's going to hit the deck. It's going to go through the deck. It'll soak into the ground underneath it, but it won't go through it won't flow out of the retaining wall. So it won't be causing a erosion problem.
Yes.
Essentially, it's not much difference as far as how much water goes into that under the deck than it is now. Right?
Yes.
What was the other condition we had? Was for the, what was that?
For the shower.
Shower. Okay. I'm going to move that we approve this with the condition that the shower be made, the nitrogen collecting.
Second, Michael.
John, how do you feel?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, I vote yes. Barbara, how do you vote?
I was going to abstain also.
Okay, Benjamin, how do you vote?
Not enough.
And I vote, and Michael?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's
so
only
there's-
3.
That's only 3. We need, so the stickler is drainage, is that it? From Barbara and the people that abstained?
Yes, for me, it's drainage.
All right.
I don't think it's a law. I mean, I'm not trying to, we're not,
You're arguing the point. We've made a decision. You need to go back and talk with your client and come up with some solution for this. That's the way you're going to get approved. It's been voted on, it's done. So
I'm still, you're not being clear about what the erosion issue is. I've already proved there's no erosion issue because there's a wall behind the back of the deck. So there's something that's not making sense in somebody's mind about what they think the site is that it's not. I'm not sure what problem the Conservation Commission is trying to solve here, but there's something that doesn't exist that you want me to solve something that doesn't exist. So it's kind of hard for me to grasp.
John, what's your concern? Just so we can be clear on it.
I just feel like I would vote yes if the client would say, we will work on some way to mitigate runoff from the screen porch.
Right.
Instead, I don't feel that's being forthcoming. So
John, there's no
abstain.
runoff. There's no runoff. We've established that. So you're asking me to make something up. I'm trying to present the facts of the actual ecology. I'm not making things up.
We're not presuming that you are. Barbara?
I'm going to go through our regulations again. I'm very weary and look, because everything that we have approved, any new building, any new structure, we've had to plan for some kind of drainage system. So,
Okay, well, we have voted on this one. If you like, we can continue it. And for you to come back to us with something, but if that's not in your plans, then you have our decision.
Well, Barbara wants to look at the regulations more. What does that mean?
Yeah, she's not gonna do it tonight. We've been here for 4 hours.
I understand that,
4.5
Leon.
hours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And John's going to abstain?
Yes, you
How
only
many
got 3 votes, you need 4.
He needs 4.
And so how many people are on the board?
okay,
One's got a-
here's the regulation. All new construction within the buffer zone, and half of this is, shall incorporate gutters and roof drains which direct roof drainage into dry wells or leaching pits, or incorporate drip lines with crushed stone sufficient to prevent soil erosion. That's our regulation. So I found it, and that's why I'm not voting in favor of this project.
So I think the key word there is sufficient to prevent soil erosion. If it's found that the existing conditions are actually not erosive, or there's no erosion occurring, then it seems redundant to add a condition. If the board is going to be, if the board's interpretation is that there is erosion, which there isn't, but which we've established, then I will add stones to the drip line, which there is no drip line because it's landing on a deck. But if that's what's going to make the board happy, then I'll do that, and we can all imagine that we've done something.
Okay, could you repeat what you said you would do?
He's saying that
past my
if
bedtime.
it's shown that there is some erosion problems after the fact, you'll do something about it, but he's
No,
skeptical.
that's not what I said, Leon.
Oh,
What I
did you
said
say?
was, if the board would like to imagine that they're solving an issue by having me do something that doesn't need to be done, then I will do it. So if you'd like me to add stone below the deck because you think it's going to somehow mitigate erosion, I'll happily do that. Okay?
Well, it'll spread the water out a little bit.
It's not going to spread the water out. You're fooling yourself. I'm sorry. It's not going to do anything. It's a waste of money and time.
By the time it gets to the deck, it's just drips. It's not a flow, it's just drips. It'll splash all over the place.
I think
That's why I voted yes.
the issue is that it runs off of the roof, and that's bad pretty much anywhere, but a small section of it is in our jurisdiction. And so we're just using our jurisdictional authority in what way we can with something that's bad in general, which is runoff from the roof, which contributes to erosion and pollution.
Another alternative may be to investigate mitigative plantings along the edge of that retaining wall.
There you go.
So if you want some other options to consider.
Well, I just agreed to one of the options that was presented, and now it's not being agreed to. I mean, I was just told that stone was an option. Now I've agreed to stone, and now I'm being asked to do something else.
You're not being asked, you're given options.
Well,
So-
I've already agreed to an
Okay,
option that I was presented with.
if you agree with stone, then I'll approve the project. How's that?
Sounds
That's
fantastic.
the second,
Thank you.
that's another second condition,
Right.
is to put a layer of gravel on underneath the deck when you've got the decking off.
That's
Is
what I'm
okay?
saying I will do at a drip line where the roof edge is going to be.
Yes, that's fine.
All right.
There you go. That would.
We're gonna need another vote.
That goes along with the condition for the outdoor shower to have a dry well installed with a carbon source for nutrient mitigation.
Right.
All
Can we
right.
get, can we
Under
get
those
a vote?
conditions, I will change my vote from abstaining to yes.
And I'll change my vote also.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Form 2.
Do you want a supervisor? It's an RDA.
It's an RDA. Maybe Meredith would like to go out.
I'm sure Meredith would love it.
Meredith needs more to do. I can see that.
I'll go, Barbara.
Okay.
Meredith would love to
All
be
right.
the supervisor.
You got your final decision. You'll be able to go forward.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the evening.
You bet. Thank you.
I know it's late and we don't want to consider anything, but I think we're having a problem with, or should I say, most of our applications from builders seem to be problematic. And I don't know how we can get the word out to folks that they need to hire environmental professionals to do their wetland permitting. I'm really struggling here.
Right, they take up a lot of our time.
They
And
take
they-
up a lot of time. The applications come in incomplete. Meredith and I spend countless amounts of time with them, even getting them to this point, and it's still not right, not good enough. And they're builders. They're not wetland consultants,
Right.
and
we can't fill their up.
and we
Well,
can't
you just got
fill their
rejected.
forms out for them. So I'm really struggling here on what we do and what we say. So maybe I think we reach out. I think I have a conservation network meeting of all the other agents tomorrow
about this?
at oh no, I don't tomorrow, but I don't know. I think we gotta find out what other towns are doing because we're just spinning our wheels here.
Can you just say by looking at it, this is not sufficient, I can't bring it, I can't put it on the agenda, it's not complete?
No, we can't do that. Once they submit it and they're competent, they're comfortable with it, we have to put it on the agenda. So we can't send them away, but we
Yeah, you
work
can't
with
summarily
them
discard
to
it.
even get a halfway acceptable application. Like, I mean, Mrs. Games, we've spent hours with her, telling her what she should do, but then we also have to say, listen, you can submit whatever you want to submit. Like, I can't tell you not to submit this. And so they do what they feel is right for them. And that's why we get to these meetings and we have these applications that are not acceptable, but we can't spend any more time with these people walking them through a process that's foreign to them.
Maybe what we do, we get the information a little early. Maybe what we do is just, we pre-look at it and say, okay, here are my questions, but here's what I'm not seeing. And when they come up, we just say, these are the things we need to do to make a decision, you need to do to make a decision. So we're going to continue.
I just think if we could all give it some thought and maybe have a look at the local filing procedures, because maybe that's a place for us to put in must have a site plan. And it
Yes.
says that, but maybe it needs to be bigger or
maybe what we need is.
Well,
is a PD.
Hillary, if I could just throw one thing out for ZBA, one of our members made up a procedure chart where he blocked it off with certain things that we needed. And I tell people, use it and make sure and check off what it is that we're asking for.
Right.
So they have a checklist.
flow chart.
Well,
So we have all of that on the instructions. Everything is on the instructions, but how
They're
do you
not
flow
reading
chart?
it.
How do you flow chart like drip line or gutter? Like it's in the regulation. Like how do you flow chart 3-to-1 replacement? Like I just don't know how, like our regulations are complicated and complex. And these people just want to know how to fill out the form. Like they don't want to read the regulation. They want to fill out the form and build the project.
I was just, oh, go ahead, Barbara.
No, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, please,
Okay.
Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just actually a month ago applying to a permit for a client in Eastham Conservation Commission, and they had this one thing they did that I thought was interesting was after the applicant finished their presentation, their initial presentation, then every commissioner got a chance to say their question or comment, and that was all done first. And then the applicant was supposed to write all the questions down and then respond all at once. And it just seemed like that went a lot quicker, and it just seems like maybe that could help our problem in terms of like getting all of the, it just seems like that could get problems aired out quicker than, I don't know. It seemed to make things flow faster.
Yeah, I think you're right, that this has been kind of piecemeal, and we've got some people that have been arguing and fighting every foot on each item, and that's a
And
waste
it
of
goes
time.
around and around. They just repeat the same thing.
Yeah, I
We
know,
lo-
I know.
We love
Yeah.
nature. We're good stewards of our property, but we want to cut down the trees. I mean, it's the same thing. So let's think about this and.
Yeah, I just want you guys to think about it, because I've been saying this a lot with the economy and the builders and like people retiring, like there aren't enough people to do the environmental consulting work, but it's important, and the builders are bogging us down with their,
They're sketches.
they're not even sketches at this point. Like it's I don't know, maybe we need to require structural drawings to see, what this actually looks like, renderings
Right.
of the
Yeah, we do need
proposed
the
construction,
elevations,
and
definitely.
a new site plan with it on there, not some site plan from 1989 that doesn't even show the ACEC or like.
Well, I think you need to clarify what is an accepted site plan, because they're using subject files we pull.
Right,
Yeah,
or like
right.
trying for us to scale out the 50 and 100 because they submitted
right.
something with one highlighted line on it, and then, we're not all looking at the same material because I'm gonna scale mine with the scale. You might not even have a scale at your house. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think for JOs, we could be a little lax, but for.
Yeah, but for an actual application, and of course, they don't want to, Meredith and I would not have the wherewithal to walk half these people through a notice of intent application.
Wow.
I mean,
God-
and
Yeah. God forbid.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't know, maybe that's the answer. Maybe we don't use the RDA as we use it, and maybe we go to the notice of intent. Maybe we look at what projects are applicable on an RDA really and truly, and what requires a notice of intent, and then maybe they'd look at that and be like, oh, I don't know about this, but I don't know.
That's a good point, because on 2 projects tonight, I was going to say, why isn't this an NOI? And I mean, it just squeaked by, I guess, but yeah, that's another way of looking at it.
Just maybe at one of these upcoming business meetings, maybe June, because we don't have anything on there, we can just have a brainstorming session about, how to
Yeah.
make some changes here.
Yeah, and you
Okay.
can ask Emily and the Eastham folks.
Yeah,
when-
I'll reach out to my colleagues in the other towns and just see what they're experiencing, and come back
Yeah.
with some info from that
Yeah,
too.
let's come back with some best practices.
So can I, in trying to figure out what happened tonight, put this to practically 9 o'clock. We spent a lot of time with the Grimes
Games.
games. And it seemed to me that if she had come to us with a proposal from someone like Gordon Peabody,
Yeah.
we
Yep.
could have said, yeah, okay, yes, no. But instead, and this is my problem, she came with Jeremy Young, who may be a perfectly adequate cutting down trees, but we've had trouble in the past, so there's not a lot of confidence there. And I don't know how we can.
Recommendation that we adjourn and then continue the.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we need to
Because we're
adjourn and come off the
recording.
recording. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Thank you.
Don?